SOMER field. So yeah, summer fields usually.
Okay. So what I've got prepped for tonight is Upwind.
You can.
No, this is a world map. You can basically think of it as like a Studio Ghibli-esque, specifically, was it Castle in the Sky style of game.
Cool.
It uses the quantum system, which is a lot more narrative-driven. So not only am I setting the tone, but we're all kind of agreeing to a tone beforehand. The basic setup for it is going to be the cards you've got will have in a hand. You'll be able to play from that hand. That hand will be kept secret from other players just so they don't know exactly what you're capable of bringing. But otherwise, it'll be whatever you draw versus usually myself as game master. But you can play against other people. Or if a lot of you have competing ideas, you all can kind of blackjack style run against me as a dealer of sorts. The reason why it's referred to as the quantum system is because you can state what you want the intended outcome to be, and it can even have like changes to characters, narrative arcs, anything built into it. The example that they use in the book and that I always like to go back to is, let's say you're fighting somebody, Zach, and you go, all right, I want to kill this guy and use that as a way to stop this gang from acting violent, at least for the time being. Cut off the head of the snake, body withers. I'll go, okay, cool. My counter offer, if I win, is that you do kill that man. But that man happens to be the son of another very important gang. And in successfully killing this man, you have now sparked gang warfare. Now, if you win, the person you have killed is not anybody's son of importance. If I win, they were. That's where that quantum aspect comes in.
I would take that
Sounds
wager
like
10 times
a
out of 10.
win-win for Zach.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. And that's where we can still play to those strengths of character, where it's like, oh, yeah, sure. You want to kill this guy, that's a perfect part of the flow of the story. That makes sense, sure. There may just be other wrinkles that get introduced to it to keep things interesting.
I'm all for interesting.
Now, you will notice on the character sheet, there is a little crowning cards segment. When it comes to actually getting the value of the cards you play down, the face cards are going to be worth 10, including aces as well. But anytime you play down, for example, a jack, and you want to do something sneaky, that jack now lets you crown, which is draw another card off the top of your deck and play it immediately. That then gets added into the current pool of cards that you're playing, and then you add those up, compare them to everybody else who's in that current draw, and that determines whose part of the story comes out on top. Whose part of the story actually happens. If there's a tie, then you up the ante, which means both sides have to increase the stakes in some way, shape, or form, and then you will do a draw off the top, where it then goes a little bit more down to luck. So a basic hand you're going to want to play is going to be associated with an attribute or potentially your potential, which is your character's magical abilities.
Well, this isn't even just a character sheet, this is a playmat.
Mm-hmm. 2 in 1. Probably fun. Cool. So, spade refers to kind of the domain of air. Hearts are rain. Diamond is ore. And clubs is arc.
Oh, good. It's down there at the bottom.
Yep. They give you a quick little description on those. As well as, a little bit of what that actually means when you end up playing it. Whenever you're playing or making a play, all the cards you put down have to be of the same suit. As players, you will have one of those suits selected as your potential, where your character's innate magic lies, and that will be its own side deck, your potential deck, with its own hand. So you can make plays directly from that, and you can make plays directly from your actual play hand. But, especially when you're using the play hand, if you're making a play, you have to associate it with one of your character's abilities. Then that ability will have a suit associated with it, and from there you will play from that suit to build up. There are a couple of other special cards. If you have a Joker, the moment you play that, everybody ditches their hand, shuffles the deck, draws a new hand. But a Joker also, once played, is an instant victory. No matter what numbers pop up, that comes out on top. Now, if somebody else then plays a Joker to counter you, we're in another tie situation.
And then it goes
jumps
back
up
to
again.
luck.
Yep.
Okay.
I like it, I like it, I like it.
So that's a lot of the basics of play. It's a very fast-paced and kind of simple, mechanically speaking, game to play through. But you'll find there's definitely a lot of nuance to it, just in coming up with what you want to gamble for or with.
Okay. You said we need one Joker in?
As players, yes, you've got one Joker in your deck.
Does it matter
Sorry, Zach.
what color?
Doesn't matter what color. A Joker's a Joker.
So only one Joker, though.
Yep.
Hey, can you take him out to go to the bathroom, please?
It's especially
Hang on.
piercing today.
I can almost ride.
Very sharp.
Serenity Spike, but I was almost in the car, so I had to stop.
Well, okay, that's good to know.
This is not training wheels.
Okay, can you please take the dog out?
I know.
All right.
Out. Beyond out.
Good.
Beyond out.
Everybody's got a deck.
Zach, do you need one?
Yeah, I didn't know to bring a deck of cards.
There you go.
No, you're good.
Neither do.
Anybody else?
Good. We've got another one over here, and if Jason wants to play, you can
Hop in and
call another one.
haven't made characters before, but it seems to be pretty streamlined, and speed seems mostly related to how quickly you can think up
Think of
fate-like attributes. Yeah.
Oh, I don't have to name
No.
anything. I think we'll be okay.
Then
You gotta name your attributes, so my take on it.
Well, we don't have to decide on a group name.
Yeah.
That's the important
Well, I'm still coming up with fate stuff was hard for me.
They definitely have a lot of examples to help when you're making some of your decisions. They've got basically a full page and a half worth of skills, abilities, and potential. Okay. So, first, character concept. You're coming up with something basically to guide your character creation process. Now, the world of Upwind is one where there's been a great technological cataclysm in the past. Bits of land has literally been flung up skyward. All right.
That's not how you feel about that, Leon?
And society's kind of continued now living on these floating islands.
It's a little lost tech.
Yeah, it's got that kind of lost tech feel from Castle in the Sky. A lot of its design, I would say, pulls from different aspects of Princess Mononoke or other Studio Ghibli films.
Seems a lot like also Made in the Abyss, which
Mhm.
going out to discover tech and
As it stands, the majority of action will take place with you all as Explorer Knights. You've basically gone through training It's honed your magical capabilities to a point where you can actually use these. You were given a blade, which is also your identification. They are the knight's blades themselves. Yeah, they're. It's
not
just
like it looks unique to your own person.
yeah, and to some degree, some people just don't use them and simply use them as ID.
So
Comes
it's
down to the person.
More of a mark of your status rather than identification as your own person.
Yep. Explorer Knights are under that basic ideal of they're here to keep everybody up here as safe as possible. They come from many of these different nations, and it is very prestigious to have people from your particular nation in there, partially because of the influence that they then have on making decisions, finding stuff, and the lot. Which means a lot of you will definitely get your hands on a sky ship. So character concepts can definitely be built around your standard starship, naval ship, crew mentality.
Okay.
The samples they go with, just to give you a feel for what they're looking for in terms of character concept, is Charming Swordsman, Iron-Fisted Sky Captain, Curious Scholar, Inscrutable Mystic, Wealthy Dilettante, Reclusive Protector, Dutiful Sidekick, Cocky Pilot, Weird Psychic Girl, and Cold-Hearted Warrior. So again, these are, as you may have noticed, playing into a lot of tropes of certain media. That being said, since there are 4 of you, it may also be good to discuss what your primary
Role.
potential and role will be.
Oh.
There's definitely advantages for having people in one of the each elements, but at the end of the day, honestly, it more comes down to how you use it than what it is.
True in so many things.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we feeling?
But I have people over now. I really need to know, okay? You're fine. You're welcome. Bye. Sweet Jesus.
I was gonna go with Bastard Broom Knight.
Okay, I'm fine.
Bird night?
Everything okay?
Yeah. I just. Okay. Bye.
Family can be fun.
I'm just not dramatic, and the rest of them are. And
They want to gossip.
no, they want to be dramatic pains in my ass. And I'm like, hey, quit winding yourself up and trying to wind me up.
Trying to read into things that don't need to be read into.
Well, and
Quick
just
question.
freaking out about things that you can't do anything about.
Everything?
Yeah. And I'm supposed to calm them down, and I'm like, I'm really tired of this. Please handle it yourself. I'm sorry. Okay.
Show them. Can't be.
Okay.
So sorry, I missed what you said, Robert.
Oh, me? I was going with Bastard Broom Knight.
Bastard. That's
Bastard Room Night. That's catchy.
Yes, I thought so.
As in, you are a bastard in the literal or figurative sense.
Yes.
I like it. I like it.
What are some of the examples, if they are there?
Strength?
Yeah.
Maybe I
Is
missed
your
those. I'm sorry.
potential- No, you.
I was gonna
Fine.
go with Art.
Yeah. So they've got Charming Swordsman,
Okay.
Iron-Fisted Sky Captain, Curious Scholar, Inscrutable Mystic, Wealthy Dilettante, Reluctant Protector, Dutiful Sidekick, Cocky Pilot, Weird Psychic Girl, and Cold-Hearted Warrior.
Weird psychic girl just has such a nice ring to it, guys.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Alright.
Weird psychic girl.
Going in on it.
What are you feeling, this?
I'm not feeling anything right now.
I mean, I need some
I could
coffee
stab
and I
you.
can feel some things.
Yeah. That might feel, but then I might just feel like,
He might be feeling the wrong things.
Hey, he said he's not feeling anything. I thought I'd help.
Find out I have onset SIPA where, I can't feel pain.
I'd be up for Inscrutable Mystic or Curious Scholar. Those both sound fun.
And these aren't like hard definitions.
Yeah.
Those are their examples.
Example ideas.
Yeah.
Because it's not like they're archetypes where they give you certain things. They're just to help you through character creation.
Mm-hmm. They're there to guide you and something to look back to, and you're like, which of these two things should I do? Which better fits
Which
your
better
concept?
fits that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's to start getting some of those ideas flowing, because a lot of this is coming up with like terms for some of your abilities and skills. So having that concept helps you then design a character much quicker, because it starts narrowing what you can choose from.
Yeah,
Okay.
We'll go with Inscrutable Mystic. I like it. I like it.
I guess I'll do Reluctant Defender.
All right. Second is nationality. Now,
Rebellion. Rebel Field 88. I was just pointing to a circle.
are they in a particular area?
Is that
I
where?
think they're involved.
Is this
maybe.
when you just like close your eyes and point?
I mean, if you want to.
There's also flags. You can look at the flags.
Each one of them comes with a ancestral cache, which is kind of a
Cash
genetic CACHE. Yep. Caches are played at times, if I'm remembering right, to let you, I think, draw and play another card.
Okay.
Anytime you blind draw and play a card, suit doesn't matter.
Gotta go with Cloud Prince Vitality.
Okay. So, I'll give you the quick rundown on them, and you can let me know if they feel like your cup of tea. Their ancestral cache is, because of their uniquely pure stone ancestry, cloud characters with ore potential have a 2-card innate cache they may use when playing potential plays.
So there's...
So, yeah. So if you had your ore potential, that could then boost any of those. But
I was
yeah.
thinking more like Arc.
Let's see if they've got one.
Okay, so nationality is a little bit more.
It does have some lean to it, but not all of them are as
Like
rigid
Trump.
as that one. But there is, there is one for each. So Horizon, because of the mixed ancestry of Spark and Gale, Horizon characters with wind or arc potential have a 1-card innate cache that they may use when making potential plays. Otherwise, Kingdom of Loft is a unmixed Spark ancestry. Loftian characters with arc potential have a 1-card innate cache, which they may use when making potential play.
That sounds good. What was it?
Kingdom of Loft, so Loftian. Their cultural cache is a negotiation or persuasion cache. Typical Loftian male names include Benito, Celso, Gaetano, Severo, and Tonio. Whereas female, you've
Or
got
ancestral.
Arya, Bicey, Isa, Lisa, and Zeta,
For
if
names.
that helps. Yeah.
Alright. I just found where it says caches.
Okay, so Ancestral is a 1-card arc potential cache.
Arc or wind, technically? Or...
For Loft, it's just arc.
Okay.
For Horizon, it is
Okay, okay.
Yep. arc and wind.
I see.
Okay.
The cultural cache is a 1-card innate negotiation or persuasion.
I'm thinking of most. Ooh, hi, dog. I'm thinking mostly going the rain and emotion area.
Okay.
What? people resonate the most with that?
Let's see.
Ascent?
Does that go in with weird psychic girl
Mm-hmm.
emotion and insight?
Yeah.
Cool.
And it fits it
So.
to a T, right?
Right, that's what I thought. But if I need to do wind instead, then I can do that. But
Okay. The Regency of Dim is a...
Mm.
Yeah, the Dimish. Mm.
boy, that name needs
Yep.
some work, doesn't it? Okay.
Maybe a little bit.
So I am dim. That's good.
Their Ancestral Cache is a
Just think of it
2-card
like a
innate rain potential cache. When making potent or potential plays.
2-card innate rain. What?
Rain potential.
Rain potential. Okay.
Yep. So anytime you're using your potential, your magical capabilities,
Yeah.
you can pull another card from that cache. Culturally, you have a 1-card innate survival cache. So in any situation where survival comes into play, you can pull a card for that.
Sounds good.
Got kind of Russian-leaning names.
Okay.
Abram, Evendi,
You want to read me
Kir,
the female ones?
yeah,
I don't know how to play you guy. I don't know.
Elyona, Katya, the classic,
Mm-hmm.
Nada, Sabina, and Varya.
I might look up some Russian names.
It seems like it's almost a little German more than
A little bit, yeah. It may be
more than
then like
Russian.
Poland or just Eastern European to get that mix of the two.
Some of those I see it. Like Sabine.
Hmm.
So, what are the 2 elements we have so far?
We've got rain and we've got arc. So that leaves ore.
Well, you're doing the scholar, right?
Mystic.
No, mystic. Yeah, that's right.
So wind would probably be good for you.
Probably, yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
What are some
So we
good
got
wind
the cheat
options?
Let's see.
I got one horizon. Probably the Isma
Yeah.
or
So Horizon is arc and wind potential for their ancestral, and their cultural is a 1-card innate cache. Oh, you're gonna love them. For any play involving bold recklessness.
How do you do that? How do you just go, sure, and it's perfect?
well, we had talked about horizon a little bit before.
Just
so.
not
Oh,
their
I wasn't
culture.
paying attention to that. Alright, so cultural 1-card innate, yeah?
Yep, so Horizon has a ancestral 1-card innate for arc or wind potential.
Okay, so we're just gonna do wind.
Yep. And then the cultural is a 1-card innate bold recklessness.
Alright.
A
That
little too beautiful there.
doesn't sound like me at all, no?
Okay. Do we need last names too?
Oh yeah, I need a name.
I wouldn't worry about it right now.
I suppose names are important. What are some options?
For Horizon,
Mm-hmm.
Armin, Gul, Navid, Payam,
I'm going Navid.
Shahim.
Male version
It's
of
a little,
Navi.
almost like Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
So your Navin, is it
Navid, I thought. Navid.
NAVID. If you're
O-V-I-D?
pulling directly from the book.
Oh yeah.
Zach. What name did you go with, Robert?
Vereta.
V-I...
V-E-R-E-T-A.
V-E-R-T?
V-E-R-E-T-A.
E-T-A. Okay.
Alright.
So,
I'm Aleksandra, by the way.
Alexandra?
Aleksandra. So it's A-L-E-K-S-A-N-D-R-A.
All my paper cares about is that I can say it.
pronunciation guide.
Location, pronunciation.
Okay.
You guys all get a spot on the table. left over from when I didn't know any of you.
Wake up. There's you. Lance, what interests you?
What is Vault like?
Vault.
Is that
The
actually an
Voltish
issue?
have ancestry as thoroughly as intermingled ancestry as a good number of others. Accordingly, you can have a 1-card innate cache whenever making any potential plays. So they're very neutral in that regard. Mixing pot. Their cultural cache is a street smarts or criminal dealings cache.
Seems like Vault.
The Cloud Principality is the pure ore potential. They do seem to lean pretty heavy into their potential compared to some of the others. Like Dim and the Cloud Principality are the only two that have a 2-card cache
Yeah.
for ancestry. They're clearly magically oriented.
What's the Verdiant like? Verdant.
Verdant represents a random intermixing of lineages, 1-card innate potential of any potential play. Culturally, a 1-card innate cache for adaptability or sociability.
And so I have to choose adaptability or sociability? Or it
I
applies to
believe
both?
it means both, so it can be in any of those two circumstances.
Okay,
I think
so-
the idea is since they are very mixed culturally speaking, they're used to getting along with other people or finding ways to adapt to those circumstances.
So ancestral is 1 innate for potential.
Yep. Of any potential affinity, have a 1-card innate.
The culture is 1 card.
Innate for adaptability or sociability. That is a word I'm not used to saying. So yeah, and then as a reminder, anytime you're using a cache, it is a draw off the top of whatever deck you're using, and it is considered suitless whenever you draw off the top. So it will
That's
always
cool.
assist. Yep.
So it's not like, oh, I'm going to draw this. It's a spade. Never mind.
Yep. Oh, sorry, it didn't work for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my chocolate. You can fuck off.
This will literally kill you, dog.
What are the names like?
For Verdant, Byron, Domnall, Fergus, Kieran, Rowen.
It's a little bit like Yorick. I'll go with Rowen.
That's a good one.
Friend's son's name is Rowan. And oddly, they just had a boy named Kai, and that's another friend's boy's name. So I'm getting like
All that representation of culture. Okay. Third step, character attributes.
Colin.
In this case, we're looking at abilities, skills, and potential. Abilities represent natural, innate character prowess and aptitudes. Skills represent areas of knowledge and physical proficiency in which a character has specific education, training, or practice. And potential represents the elemental magic wielded by all kin. But, they make note, most powerfully by Explorer Knights, as they've been trained to use it.
What's your name, Lance?
Rowan.
Right.
Alright, for attributes, so these are, again, abilities, skills, and potential. They can be single words, short phrases, or complete sentences. They can be idioms, proverbs, cliches, or quotes from your favorite movies, novels, poems, or even song lyrics. The more sophisticated and evocative these descriptions, the more information they provide about the characters, or who the characters are, and the more versatile, effective, and potentially fun the characters can be to play. Some of their basic examples are strong, always level-headed, able to tell when someone's lying, the joke's on you, I aim to misbehave. It's a dangerous business, going out your front door. Keep my head when all around me are losing theirs. It's the eye of the large striped predatory cat. It's the thrill of the violent confrontation. You can see them getting around a lawsuit there.
Mm-hmm.
And they go into the detail where it's like abilities like strong is useful, but it's not very interesting and can be interpreted in a good number of ways too. Strong, how so?
So what's the difference between an ability, a skill, and a potential? Like just
Ability's innate, right?
Yes, something about your character that has kind of always been a part of them, or is like a almost personality trait to some degree.
okay.
A skill is something that you've learned, and then potential is more magic in orientation.
Okay. Personality, potential, magic.
For a new character, each of these sets contain 3 unique attributes. So you'll select 3 abilities, 3 skills, and 3 potential. And they've got examples even for some of the individuals. So if you're looking at physical abilities, they give the examples of tough as nails, fists of iron, sneaky bastard, quick as a wink, nothing gets by me, cool under pressure, feet don't fail me now, and ain't got time to bleed. So if you're looking for something, I can definitely give you a bit of assistance in terms of what they have. They've broken it down into physical, intellectual, and social abilities. Martial, subterfuge, technical, academic, and interpersonal skills. And then potential is by element. I'll go through the list to give you some ideas to think about.
That'd be cool.
For intellectual, you're looking at things like wise, clever girl, mind like a steel trap, whose bright idea was this, sharp sword, sharper wit, machines just speak to me, where there's a will, there's a way. Social abilities include charming lad, born leader, lie like a rug, can't say no to me, just one of the boys, silver-tongued devil, soothe the savage beast, read you like a book, what are you going to do, stand there and bleed, heir of destiny, can't help but trust this face, good judge of character. Getting into the martial skills, you're looking at some simple ones like swordsman, crack shot. Can get a little more esoteric with things like mama bear, like a bullet to the head, ain't no stopping me now, fastest gun in the kingdom, cut to the heart of the matter, thrust, parry, duck, dodge. For subterfuge, they have things like a knife in the dark, silent as a mouse, walk between the raindrops, with friends like these, always know which way the wind is blowing, and fast-talking fixer. Technical skills include born sailor, healing hands, booming orders, master of disguise, mechanical genius, gizmos and wires and cogs oh my, living off the land, and no matter where you go, there you are. Academic skills they've got listed as math whiz, who needs a compass, I read it in a book once, student of history, Science will overcome, and technobabble. Interpersonal skills include Here Kitty Kitty. We have ways of making you talk. I know a guy. Have you seen or haven't seen you around here before? Who can't resist a smile? And I could sell water to a fish. For potential, starting with wind, you've got on the fly, blow hard, biting wind, wind walker, fly like the wind, eyes like a hawk, prescient visions, fly girl, or starts with like a rock, feet of clay, stone faced, unstoppable force meets immovable object, monster strength. Arc has thunderstorm, lightning blast, burn baby burn, shocked and appalled, now you see me, now you don't, fast as lightning, absolute grace. And finally, rain has hard rain, fog of war, make it rain, flow like water, water water everywhere, terrifying visage, force of will, and mind reader.
Is that for potentials?
Those were for potentials, yeah.
Okay. So I don't know when you swapped from
Yeah, they-
shut up.
each thing.
Yeah, they kind of list them in order. And again, a lot of them are more trying to be evocative, trying to cover a wide variety, because you're going to try to use these anytime you're making a play.
Could you go through the potentials you read for wind again?
Sure. Wind has on the fly, blow hard, biting wind, wind walker, fly like the wind, eyes like a hawk, prescient visions, and fly girl. But feel free to use any quotes or references as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so some of those were probably skills. I thought it'd go under ability.
Mm-hmm.
Like living off the land, that's more of an ability.
It'd be a skill.
Yeah, living off the land was a technical skill. Yeah, they break skills down into martial, subterfuge, technical, academics, and interpersonal, but they can be pretty fluid again. So their example of a character whose concept was impulsive young hero has the following starting abilities. My enthusiasm always gets the better of me. You little monkey, and they will know my name. In terms of skills, they have Hey Sailor Boy, Better Than a Sharp Stick in the Eye, and Which Way Did He Go? And with wind potential had Flyboy, Blown Away, and Invisible Friends. And they give the classic examples of steer away from extremely generic things like jack of all trades, master of everything, just because you want a bit of variety in the skills you end up using.
Mm-hmm.
Once you have these set up, you'll rank each of them individually from 1 to 3 for each category.
Could you read off the possibilities for interpersonal skills again?
Mm-hmm. They've got Here Kitty Kitty. We have Ways of Making You Talk.
Mm-hmm.
I Know a Guy. Haven't Seen You Around Here Before. Who Can Resist This Smile? And I Could Sell Fish to Water. Could also go with Coffee is for Sellers. For closers.
And so 1, 2, 3 is 1 being the highest, or 3 being the highest?
I think 3 being the highest.
Okay.
These scores indicate the relative level of each attribute and the maximum number of cards a player may bid for each attribute during play.
Okay.
So the way they handle difficulty in this game is by saying how many cards are being played. A 1-card draw or 1-card play is a easy play. A 2-card is medium and a 3-card is hard. You have to have an ability that matches up with what's being played, and its ranking lets you know how many max you can play.
Cool. This seems very reminiscent of I don't remember the name of the game, the word game that we play at Atone.
Oh, dialect.
Yeah.
See, I always forget that name too. I always have to ask Gracie.
And the fact that I forget it, given that dialect
I
is
know,
a game
I know.
about language.
I know. Because I was just talking to it with Nick and Micah. And it's like, I can't ever remember.
Yeah, this seems very reminiscent of that. It's very story driven, and you, as a group, very much drive the. So every game's gonna be different. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Fucking snow.
So,
After you've ranked them, you'll then select a suit for that attribute. And I definitely recommend looking at the elemental suits, looking at those and going, well, which one matches up to the
circle it.
ability, skill, or for potential, it's straightforward. It's whatever your potential happens to be. And this comes into play because you do want a bit of diversity in there. Because when you're making these plays, whatever
is in your hand.
is going to have to match up to whatever ability, skill, or potential you're using.
So we circle one suit for each thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I had something like Arbiter. That's more for like an ability as like a personal definition of.
Mm-hmm. Unless you were pushing for something like
Because I want like a social ability to like.
arbiter of decisions, of breaking up fights.
It's
somebody
like
when
that
there's
mediator kind of
Yeah.
thing.
born mediator, something like that works well. Because it still limits it to a bit of a scope of, well, what's all associated with this, but it's wide enough that you could theoretically even use that in, like, a duel if you wanted to try to step in and stop something.
Can you go over some of that? God, I'm still trying to come up with my last ability.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking something probably more academic related because I've got a body one and a interpersonal one already.
Okay. So if you're going for, like, abilities for it, their intellectual ones include wise, clever girl, mind like a steel trap, whose bright idea was this, sharp sword, sharper wit, machines just speak to me, and where there's a will, there's a way.
Okay.
So, can you explain the abilities again for me? 'Cause
Mm-hmm.
that one I'm kind of lost on.
So abilities are going to be a little bit more general.
Okay.
They're more so about you as a person, and they're not something you could necessarily gain through teaching. They're something that's more so innate, but not magical.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So something like ain't dead yet. Could that be an ability?
Yeah, I'd put that under, like, ain't got time to bleed. They're pretty similar. Different name, same idea. And ain't dead yet, I would say leans a little bit more for
I'm more
actually
thinking like
dying.
me, like I'm not dead yet,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing. Being like I'm trying to evoke like a sturdiness.
Yeah.
Given my cash, one of mine is never tell me the odds.
Nice. It's got some good synergy there.
Just steal straight from Han Solo there.
Mm-hmm.
Can I hear the rain potentials again?
Sure. Hard rain, fog of war, make it rain, flow like water, water everywhere, terrifying visage, force of will, and mind reader.
Yeah, I just did all of my potentials as the same thing.
Yep.
Same element.
Potential should be.
Yeah, it should be. Because
Okay.
you only have one potential, right?
Yep. You will literally take your deck and pull whatever your potential suit is out of the main deck. So you'll have a play deck and you'll have your potential deck.
Oh, so like, really, you shouldn't have your skills be the same as your potential because
I have some of them that are, but I tried to split it up.
Yeah, because you can
can't
still
actually draw it.
you can still pull from the potential deck. But yeah, it probably, and I'll have to dig and see if they actually state it, but it probably would be best for the attribute suits to be, if it's potential, to line up with potential. Otherwise, you'll want it to be one of the other three, if it's your ability or skill.
Like, I
Let's
don't
see.
think, for my abilities and my skills, I don't think I have a single wind
Wasn't there one about
thing.
Okay.
being good at shooting for skills?
Yeah. Martial skill, fastest gun in the kingdom. Like a bullet to the head. Crack shot.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
let's do crack shot. That's good.
3 pretty strong ones.
So I know how to defend myself without making people's ears bleed or something.
Yep.
Rachel,
Yes, dear.
do something about Leon.
I have been trying, dear.
Sell him.
I'm not. I'm not selling our dog. You like him. We've discussed this.
Vegetable.
Feed him vegetables.
Chocolate. Feed him chocolate.
No,
Grapes.
That's murder.
I'm not killing my dog.
He would stop whining.
Okay.
I don't know. My dog was whining a lot when she was 9, so.
Well, I didn't say eventually he would stop
It's
whining.
terrible. So, are there a certain number of points we can pour into abilities, skills, and potential?
3, 2, 1.
You
Yeah.
it's literally 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Okay.
For abilities, you've got effectively a 1, a 2, and a 3 to put in
Okay.
those.
Cool.
And that just puts a cap on the number of cards you can play.
Okay. Cool.
Yep. Majority of the time, you'll be rolling 1s for stuff where there's a risk of failure, but it's relatively easy stuff.
Okay, and it's the same for skills and potential.
Yep.
Okay.
So whatever you've got under 3 is where you can potentially peak.
Cool. I'm gonna tell my child to ready for it. And give my dog some peanut butters.
To get the Kong ball over there. It's really slimy. Let's not do that. So yeah. That's it. There he goes. Yeah, your non-potential suits.
Oh, wait, I have a skill that is wind.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The 3 remaining non-potential suits must be linked to abilities and skills. Whereas with potential suits,
Well, I'm sorry you've been.
each of the 4 card suits stand for one of the 4 cardinal elements.
Ooh, cool. Do I have any clubs? I don't think I have any clubs. I have a club. Okay. When there's a will, there's a will. When you read where there's a will, there's a way, what class was that under?
I think that was an ability.
Yeah, no, it was ability. What was the
Suit.
They put it as an intellectual ability.
Okay.
So it's something that could potentially fall under rain or wind, I would say.
Is there like a good arc ability? that we would put under like a reluctant defender?
Arc potentials?
No, like an ability.
Oh, an ability. Under arc. Let's see.
Something.
Arc is agility and speed.
Yeah.
So, quick as a wink. Nothing gets by me. Feet don't fail me now. Agility. I suppose Sneaky Bastard would also fit under that.
Okay.
I also kind of took speed as the impulsive thing.
Makes sense. You gotta get there first to make the mistake.
Yeah. And it takes time to think about it. Well, then.
Otherwise, you're just following somebody else's lead. You can't have that. That's not impulsive.
And that might work. Why wouldn't I want that?
Yeah, the example they've got has a character which is using spades for their potential. And then for abilities and skills, all they have is diamonds, clubs, and hearts.
Yeah.
And they do split it out fairly evenly just so it's easy to use all of them.
Yeah, so then that's why you get 3, is so that it's 1 for each suit, basically.
Yep. I'm not sure if they specifically state that, but it makes sense.
Yeah. Can you go over some of the skills again?
Sure. What specifically are you looking for? Martial, subterfuge, technical, academic, interpersonal?
Some interpersonal and some, I don't know. Yeah, we'll go with interpersonal for now, but I still have 2 to fill.
Okay. Reluctant, defender, or protector, and interpersonal. I'll give you what they got, and it might help to...
Because I don't think
spin it
anything
in.
sounded like...
I mean, who can resist this smile? Seems like one that could fit. Because it very much so is a sort of like, hey, we don't have to fight. And you could definitely twist that a little bit. You could go with something as simple as like skilled negotiator.
Yeah.
Since negotiations are a trained skill, makes sense. Yeah, they've got here, kitty kitty. We have ways of making you talk. I know a guy. Haven't seen you around here before. Who can resist a smile? I could sell water to a fish. Or ice to an Inuit.
I always get people to listen. Does that sound like a skill?
That sounds more like an attribute.
Yeah, that's
ability. Yeah, it's because that's more innate in that weird sort of way.
Especially when it...
What were the combat skills?
Their martial skills are swordsman, crack shot, mama bear, like a bullet to the head, ain't no stopping me now, fastest gun in the kingdom, cut to the heart of the matter, and thrust parry, duck dodge.
And then the subterfuge?
Like a knife in the dark,
Okay.
silent as a mouse,
Okay.
walk between the raindrops,
Okay.
with friends like these, always know which way the wind is blowing, and fast-talking fixer.
Alright, can I tell you what I got and you can
Yeah.
give me some feedback on it?
Sounds great.
Okay. Abilities, I got Blood of Iron, Heart of Stone.
Nice.
Lies everywhere.
Hmm.
And Still Trap Mind.
Okay.
Skills, I got Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a woman of wealth and taste.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Steel of the Earth.
Steel of the Earth?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Kind of like a Salt of the Earth sort of play on words? Or...
Yeah, basically it's a combat skill.
Okay. And I could see it in 2 ways. Like, when I hear that, I imagine it as sort of that...
Ruggedness.
Yeah, ruggedness, or almost like just another soldier is kind of the term. Not necessarily like that's what you are, but that's what you can blend in. Kind of like just one of the girls,
Yeah.
so to speak. So you could use that for double duty in
Yeah.
the sense of it like, well,
In a
steel
personal
is
or
combat
combat.
or combat, yeah. And that's why it doesn't have to be these hard categories. But
Okay, yeah.
yeah, if you can think of stuff like that, feel free to use it for both.
And Eyes of the Eagle.
Nice.
For my potential, I got Shock and Aw Shit.
Please let that be your 3.
Actually, it's my 1.
Dang
That's fair.
Lightning Step.
Ooh, okay.
Cool.
And Thunderbolt of Lightning, very, very frightening.
Ooh, I like it. A little
Cool.
Bohemian Rhapsody there.
You told me I could use song lyrics, so
It,
yeah.
They highly recommend it.
Yeah.
Like, some of the playtesters went in on it to the point where every single one of their abilities, skills, and potential were song lyrics or song titles.
If I could remember that many, I
Yeah.
would.
I was amazed, first of all, that they had that, like, sharp a mind to go, oh yeah, that's like that.
Well, I took Read You Like a Book, Nimble and Quick. And that nursery rhyme, Jack be nimble, Jack be quick.
Mhm.
And Clever Girl, just because it's Doctor Who reference and I can't help it.
It can be both.
They both.
Yeah.
Well, it's Tingly Clever Boy, but yeah. Anyway.
Hmm.
So skills I took, we have Ways of Making You Talk,
Nice.
and Crack Shot. And I also, I guess, made one Can't See Me Coming.
Ooh, nice.
Potential I just took straight from the Rain,
Mm-hmm.
Terrifying Visage, Force of Will, and Mind Reader.
Nice. All right.
What is combat in this system? Is it more or is it more arc?
Depends.
Like Crack Shot?
For Crack Shot, that feels more arc. The
Okay,
agility
that was
and speed.
my thought too, but
Mhm.
because I don't have any or ones, she's not much of.
Strength, fortitude, and health.
Yeah. It's good to have them. Otherwise, you'll run into the problem. All the ore cards in your hand are kind of worthless.
Yeah. Doesn't I don't know where that it has place in my character though.
Let's see. You could lean more into the health side of
I
things.
suppose, yeah.
I could see like an ability along the lines of like never get sick. Yeah, incredible immune system. If you don't want to lean into like the strength or skin of iron kind of
Yeah.
feel to it.
I guess I could just do tougher than I look.
There you go.
People are easy to read. Would that be a good skill? Or does that still sound more like an ability?
So I had Read You Like a Book as an ability.
Originally.
Yeah.
But I could see where that might be like a skill too.
Yeah, it's something that
Train yourself to do it.
yeah, and that can fall on either side of the line for some of them. I mean, you could go with something like cold reading or
Are you going for like a smooth talking sort of thing or a manipulation sort of thing?
yeah. What's the vibe you want?
It's still more defensive. It's trying to. It's.
Okay, like a trained danger sense of sorts.
Yeah, I want to see if people are lying to me. I want to see if people are being honest.
I almost feel like going with something like it takes a liar to spot a lie, because that gives you a bit more flexibility with it. Otherwise, I guess I'd lean on what is it called? Like human lie detector or something like that. That's one where again it's borderline of it could be a natural ability you've got, or it could be something you've trained up. Where it's like you look for these signs, etc., and so on.
Yeah, I guess what human lie detector. Now we'll need to figure out my potentials because I was trying to figure out my other things.
That is fair. And your ore?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought the potentials were the easiest one because I didn't have to.
That's why I was focusing on the other stuff.
The others, yeah.
Like for
There's
skills and
a lot
abilities,
more
I tried to
freeform.
do every house that wasn't my potential. So I don't have a single ability or skill that's my default house, but
1, 2,
Yep.
3.
I kept one that was my default ability just because I would we have ways of making you talk. And I feel like that's,
They have ways.
especially for my character, that is definitely tied in with my potential.
Okay, so your ore potentials, you've got some examples like a rock, feet of clay, stone-faced, unstoppable force meets immovable object, and monster strength.
Stone face, is that more... these are supposed to be evocative rather than restrictive
Yep.
definitions again.
And they can still feel a little more strict, but it is good to keep it a little evocative so it can be used in a number of situations. But yeah, like the lightning step is something where I'm like, you could use that for teleportation if you wanted to. That's no problem. Whereas some of the others feel a lot more like lightning attacks or speed enhancements.
Yep.
Okay. After potential, you look at how you were recruited as a novice. They give you 4 primary ways of recruitment, and of those 3 are kind of your majorities. There's the Novice Festival. The character was recruited through one of the guilds, many traveling novice festivals, that work to spread the guild's goodwill while scrounging the realm for qualified candidates. So effectively, you showed you were worthy and were selected as one of the new novices to be trained as an explorer knight. There's Vouchsafed. Character was sponsored by a ranking knight who took on the responsibility of mentorship during their training. So you've got a mentor who, for whatever reason, picked you out or saved you or any real reason why somebody would pick you up and kind of change the course of your life. There's the King's Quota. The character was appointed by the terms of the Convocation Treaty, which allows each member nation to enroll a set quota of novices per cycle. Go into detail with given the political stakes inherent in having capable countrymen in the guild, such appointees are generally exceptional. So one where you stand out among your nation and they're like, hey, we see you going places. And final is special selection, the least common of these means of recruitment. This rather vague designation covers any novice recruited for, quote, the good of the guild, unquote, and covers those chosen for specific abilities, backgrounds, or potential, despite possible deficiencies in other more traditional qualifications.
I want to go with that one. What was it again?
Special selection.
what was the first one? You have to describe it all. I remember. I just don't remember the name of it.
Novice Festival. Roaming bands of trials, effectively.
That sounds right.
The second one was like the appointment.
Yeah, Vouchsafed, which is basically a ranking knight, was like, hey you, I'm going to teach you. Be it you're the sole survivor of some Children of the Night attack, or you did something potentially like heroic or standoutish that caught a knight's attention enough to be like, this person should be trained.
Seems like me.
After that, they recommend just jumping into character description. Start describing some of the character's physical appearances and personality. This should be as simple or as complex as the character concept or enthusiasm of the player merits. After description, you'll be creating a unique talent cache that reinforces or enhances your character's concept and attributes. Talent descriptions and triggers are designated by the player, with, of course, approval of the moderator, and these caches are replenished at the start of each game session. So the talent cache is your opportunity to give yourself effectively a special skill. And I think it starts as a 1 innate, and maybe something you can increase with time. Yeah. Every player is assigned a custom 1-card innate talent cache during character generation.
And this would be like a extreme situation. I need to be able to do the thing.
Or just something you're so skilled in that if you're like, I don't want to fail this, or I really shouldn't fail this, something you can play from. So their example, we've got a couple. Yeah, a player wants her character to be uncommonly stealthy. She designates her talent cache as Sneaky Bastard, and can use the cache in any play that depends on being quiet, unseen, or otherwise clandestine. Another character who is well-read might assign the talent as Bookworm, and can use the cache in any play involving books, esoteric knowledge, or obscure facts. Or if another character wants to lean into the fact that they grew up on a farm and have a way with animals, they could pick Here Kitty Kitty. So
if I wanted to lean into the fact of relying on incredible luck, something like
Lucky
threading a
Bastard.
needle.
That could be a difference between like skill, though.
That would be a skill?
More so in the sense of like threading a needle is usually something you hear in terms of how skilled someone is, and less.
That's not how it came
how
across in my
lucky.
head.
Yeah, at least that's what I first thought of.
Well then,
Dumb luck.
we'll go with Lucky Bastard.
Yeah. Could have something as simple as always comes up heads.
Always comes up.
And this is our innate trait.
An innate talent.
Talent.
Yep. Or a talent cache, to be specific.
Always comes up head.
Okay.
Because if we're going to do really stupid stuff, sometimes things have to work.
Gotta have that luck to pull you through, right?
Can you describe it again?
The talent cache?
Yeah.
Okay, so a talent cache is a unique cache to the character that reinforces or enhances the character's concept and attributes. So, for that sense, it can lean into or even use the exact same name as one of your abilities, skills, or potential.
Okay, so since I haven't done anything that really is reluctant, it's going to be I didn't start this.
Nice. So anytime something happens where you didn't start it, throw that in there.
I got you, fam. You want to start a lot.
I almost want to say add a little bit more to it, finish it up with I didn't start this, but I'll finish it. And that then closes it a little bit more so it's not as general, but it still then gives you that focus of any time you're doing something that ends a conflict, you can pull on that talent.
Man, it sounds like such a good skill instead of like...
But they can be both.
In that case, I'd say it works better as a cache because it's so general. Whereas
Oh, that's true.
when it comes to an ability, it's like it's a bit harder to find how to use it, but you could find ways.
It's general in that it's hard to invoke in specific situations.
Because I could see it in both, like, an argument pops up. Look, I didn't start this argument, but I'll finish it.
Yeah.
Fight breaks out amongst the crew. Look, I didn't start this, but I'll finish it.
I'm going to hit you in the head with a hammer.
Yeah. They still have those narrower focuses to it. But yeah, I feel like that might work better as a cache.
Yeah.
All right.
Or an
how,
ability.
How about this one? I'm a bastard and it got me in trouble again.
It might be overly specific, but I do like the idea that it could be both. Again, what do you mean by bastard? Both.
This reminds me of
Effectively, anytime you create a problem, you can give yourself a bit of a boost there. But it's specifically in a problematic situation. That's not too bad. I like it.
And
It's grown on
also,
me.
because I'm a bastard,
Born
and,
to quote unquote the wrong people.
yeah, that could get me into trouble too.
I read that somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's
It's a
going to
good
play
one.
into the clever girl thing too.
Mm-hmm. Very knowledgeable, well read.
Or at the very least, pretending to be knowledgeable. And well read.
Read enough about it to kind of make it up and go along with it,
Mm-hmm.
which is sometimes just as helpful in these things.
All right.
Do you know how to drive this plane? Well, I read about it somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, let's give it a go.
Step 7 of 8 is the relic design. Relics are usually unique pieces of arcanotechnology, bequeathed to individual knights based on their proven ability to exploit its particular potentials. Though they can be mundane, most were created with or for the use of elemental magic. They are exceptionally rare and valuable, and usually passed from master to apprentice, mentor to student, or captain to knight. Descriptively and functionally, relics can be just about anything and are designed cooperatively by players and moderators. They should be careful they should be careful to what they design and base it on their character concept as well. This is a chance to give your character specific abilities, powers, and styles that enhance their background, intended personalities, and roles in the group. The possibilities are limited only by the player's imagination and provide the opportunity for ingenuity, creativity, and a little more power gaming.
And what are they kind of supposed to do, like in general?
Think of it like a magic item, anything. In game terms, relics should have 4 components: name, narrative effect, mechanical effect, and activation. Name is basically what you imagine it to be. It's what the item's called and probably hints at its functionality to some degree. Narrative effect is relics should have a useful and interesting qualitative effect or ability, one that can be used narratively. They should give their users additional or expanded abilities, powers, knowledge, or resources. In terms of mechanical effect, relics should also have a mechanical effect, one that somehow affects the use or play of specific cards or suits, or provides the character with a specific cache. They could even alter the way specific cards are used in play. They could change the number, value, suit, hand size, refresh rate, discard rules, or similar mechanical features of the game. So if you want something that, I don't know, juices your character's potential, you could have it say, add 2 potential cards to your hand. Or maybe it's something that lets you cycle your potential deck.
Could it be something like being able to use different suits as your potential?
Sure. It's
I'm sorry.
it's a wide open field in terms of what it can do.
It also has to be a little specific. Like if I wanted to change suits, I'd probably have to specify what suit.
Yeah, it could be something as simple as like
Drawing from heart and emotion for my core strength kind of potential.
if you build that into like the relic itself, it makes perfect sense. You're able to use heart as potential because you're driven by your emotions to be able to access that. Yeah. You've got a basis for
Can you give,
basis
like,
for an interesting relic there.
A concrete example of a relic.
Ironically, it's one of the one things they don't have, so let me come up with something.
This, even
How-
for us,
how-
is super vague.
Oh yeah, it's designed that way, but I would say start with a narrative effect. What do you want this thing to do for you? Is it something you want where it supercharges yourself in some way, shape, or form, and then we can figure out what that means mechanically? Is it... I mean, it could be as like weird and unique as this lets me turn back time. What does that mean mechanically? That might be a shuffle of the deck. It could, in the narrative sense, literally let you turn back time to certain events.
It could almost be like your lucky coin, in that it like tells you about danger or.
Yeah, it could be a lucky coin where its effect is a luck cash as well. So it's a coin where anytime you flip it before something happens, you can take a random draw off the top and add it to whatever skill you're attempting to do.
Okay.
Because my idea right now is like a sash, and it's supposed to be like a symbol of station and kind of like either like an ambassador kind of sash or like a judge kind of sash. It's just a thing of status.
Shows status, but it also has some power woven into it that lets you blank.
When I'm invoking my emotion at my core,
I was gonna name mine the chameleon circuit.
convince.
Yeah, that's what the,
Okay, here's the
that's what the
idea I've
TARDIS has
got.
in malfunctions. Allow me to use
So
health
the
and
name would
fortitude
be
instead of my potential.
Rune Sword.
Kind of like what you're doing,
Okay.
but different skill.
Narrative effect. It's powerful, impressive, and
Sacrifice
intimidating.
yourself.
And the mechanical effect, I can add one card of any suit to attack, persuasion, or
okay.
intimidate.
Yeah, it seems fitting. Would it be like play any card or draw? Just to concrete which of those effects you want to go for. Because play is definitely stronger. Because you've got the hand in front of you. You get to choose what you play, obviously. But,
Yeah, play any card.
alright, sounds good. And then to jump in real quick for what activation should be. Relics should also have specifically defined activation conditions, either in-game or as part of the metagame, under which the relic's effect occur or can be used. So what do you have to do to activate this, or what conditions need to be understood for its effect to come into play? Be it we're in a life or death scenario. Oh, since it's now a point where somebody could theoretically die, boom, I could activate it.
So, if I wanted narratively to, let's say, the idea of a bad penny, you can never get rid of a bad penny. Sort of, you drop it, but it comes back, kind of a let's do that again sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mechanically, what would that look like?
So, narratively, you're going for...
Let's say we're in a situation that you just described,
Mm-hmm.
and I did a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Someone died.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the activation, or like some significant loss
Okay.
Yeah.
due to a risk that I did, like a really specific.
There you go.
Yeah.
That sounds good for activation. Yeah, narrative could be it either like literally rewinds time or undoes that specific effect, which might be better if it's that focused.
Yeah. Mechanically, what would that?
Mechanically,
That's where I was struggling.
mm-hmm. So I'm trying to think what that would mean in terms of like boosts and bonuses.
So if I'm understanding in my head, if I've done something, that means I've played
A card.
a card,
Mm-hmm.
and the thing has happened, right?
And you ended up losing this particular one.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of a way to try to reduce potential damage, so to
So-
speak.
Reduce potential damage,
Take-
or
I know what it would be.
Okay.
It would give me a negative cash.
Okay.
So something that I could play against you in certain circumstances. I would probably put it as like a 2 or a 3 point cash around whatever you undid.
3-point negative cash around what everything was.
Yep. So if somebody died and you effectively used that to, oh, nope, they're not dead. There's now this cash anytime you're interacting with them, around them, or on their behalf. I can dig into that cash to make it more difficult around it. So it's fate's kind of way of saying, look, you cheated, so I'm going to get even with you.
Cool. So, name, bad penny, narrative, Control Z, mechanic, 3-point negative cash around whatever X was, activation, significant minus due to my action.
Yep.
I like it.
Cool. In terms of activation for the blade, I could see it as simple as like the act of drawing it. You may have like a mantra or something you say to activate it. I would
Seems
just
like-
say something outside of regular combat use. So, like, I'm half imagining like the slow draw for intimidation kind of stuff. but-
Seems like it. I don't know how narrative this is supposed to be, but it seems like I should have to pay some price to activate it.
For the artifact, not necessarily, but it could be if you want it to be.
How big is a hand size?
Hand size, if I'm remembering right, starts at 6. Your hand size also is considered your health. Anytime you take damage, your hand size decreases.
Alright, how about I have to discard one card anytime I use it?
That's not too bad, yeah. There'd definitely be a meta effect for it. That would work.
So it's kind of like draining my health to use it in such a way.
I mean, discarding, not as much, because once you run out, you'll redraw.
because that's your health is your max hand size, not your hand.
Discard a face card. Because then there's something of value where you're like, I have to put this admittedly valuable card off to the side.
Ah, yes.
Now, mind you, you may be going, well, 2s and 3s are pointless. No, you're Explorer Knights, you're well trained. If you want to aid somebody else, you can aid with a 2 or a 3. No other cards can be used to aid somebody else, though. And that will just immediately add into what they're doing, but it still has to follow the, what attribute are you using to assist with this? And I believe if you're helping, you are limited to a single card play. If you get the relic figured out, the last bit is just gear. Final step is to note any specific gear with your character or with which your character is beginning play. Note that the guild typically issues knights their essential equipment, and that they generally requisition mission-specific gear as needed. The only limits on such requisitions should be those of good storytelling, plot reasons why characters should not have access to a particular item, or why they should have to work to acquire certain items through gameplay. Moderator has final discretion on those matters, but character may have a given item, and should keep in mind the intent of the 3 levels of character resources: personal resources, guild resources, and plot resources.
Go.
What
So-
kind of firearms?
I'm imagining like kind of your Pirates of the Caribbean age flintlock muskets with the ability to kind of tweak that up with magic.
Mm-hmm.
So they may be as effective as like World War I weaponry.
Knives.
So, I was
I
thinking
need
about
2 knives.
changing my relic a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I want to keep like the heart use.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be able to? Would it be okay to use it for like potential and skills, or like? Because the way I'm putting like the narrative is putting my heart in the line.
Into it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like putting my heart into it.
I could see it for both. Just depends on your activation.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think of what would be a good activation, or because. Is what would be a good activation.
Your character gets visibly emotional.
There's no stopping.
It's just always on.
So I did
Except your
I
character
did the
doesn't get
chameleon
emotional.
circuit thing.
Mhm.
Your character's really
And
stoic, and
I put it down as being able to draw upon will for potential abilities. So like mechanically, like sacrificing ore for heart potential abilities. But my activation is like someone has to be dead. For me to be like, okay, now I really have to do this
This-
because I'm super pissed off. So I'm just gonna let my emotions override everything in control and slowly kill myself because someone else is dead.
Body on autopilot.
Is that
throwing...
like I wanted to make it a fair trade
Mhm.
because otherwise it's too powerful. So I'm basically sacrificing my own health to be able to do the thing, and I can only do it if someone else is like dying.
I could see that.
Is that fair?
Yeah. Let me check wounds real quick.
Yeah,
Maybe you
I
could
wasn't
do
sure how that
something like-
worked.
Yeah, you
I was
take
just
a
like,
minor wound.
otherwise that's way too powerful. But
I'm basically
it's
doing the equivalent
contingent.
of giving Jason 3 red tokens.
Yeah, basically. But it's specifically against you,
Oh,
which
okay.
is fun. But I,
Yeah, but that just means he's going to drag the rest of us into it. Come on.
it's always going to happen.
it's true. He always does.
You are a team, even if you don't act like it. Okay, so you could run with the idea that using it gives you a minor injury.
Okay.
So the way injuries work in game is, since your health is your play hand size, a minor injury is you draw from your play deck and you divide numerically the value of whatever you drew by 3,
Woof.
and that's the amount of damage you took.
Okay.
Major injuries are divided by 2, and mortal injuries, or whatever you drew, is the damage you take.
Yeah, I think that's a steep enough cost. Okay. Cool.
Sounds good.
So do we start with armor too then? Does that have a function in this?
Not really. Like, you can
Okay.
assume to be armed and armored and decide what that is to you. And the way combat works is that since it's narratively driven, it'll be something where it's like, you may make the offer of, I beat this person in hand-to-hand combat and come out unscathed, or I walk off with a minor injury, which your call if you want that narrative effect. But most of the times if you lose, it's going to be a situation where I'll penalize you with an injury. More often than not, you'll still succeed at what you set out to do. Given if you're coming up against like named villains or whatnot, yeah, they might walk off, but very rarely is it going to be a situation of, if you fail this, you die.
Mm.
Because that's not fun or interesting.
Okay.
So for activation, I was thinking. So one of my abilities is all other ways. There's always another way to solve things.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking my activation is kind of the opposite of that of all
There's no other way, man.
all other avenues have failed. I must succeed.
This is the only way.
Yeah, this is the only way.
Last resort?
It's the last resort of like I can't evoke it immediately. I can't. It's the final resort. Yeah.
It gets hard to define when
Define
that's
what that
happening.
is, yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
but
Because I was,
hmm.
I had forgotten that you don't have potentials in your
play hand. Yeah.
Because I was thinking, if you don't have any of those in your hand, then you could use it. And that would be like a mechanical activation, but that doesn't work.
It doesn't work as well, yeah. So, when you're dealing with your potential deck and your potential hand, once you play from your potential hand, you don't redraw a card.
Okay.
It takes roughly 5 in-game hours for your character to be able to draw a new potential card back up.
So when potential's empty.
When potential's empty, you're also in kind of an exhausted state.
Oh.
Not like literally, but to a point where it's like, yeah, your magical abilities have been drained. In those moments, you can still try to use your magic, but if you happen to... I'm trying to remember what it is. I think you pull from your play deck, and if you happen to get the opposite element of whatever your potential is, it basically overwhelms you and you're knocked unconscious.
Wow.
If you get one or the other two, though, then yeah, it goes off as expected, and you use whatever you drew as the one card pull to see, could I do this? I mean, yeah, you could use it that when... Because it's what? You want to use heart as potential?
Yeah.
I could definitely see that as... That only activates once your potential is empty.
Yeah.
Mm.
That could definitely work.
Cool. There we go.
Puts you in kind of an overdrive mode.
Yep.
Alright. Yeah. After that, it's just list what items you'd have. Feel free to throw things by me to see if it fits. Again, I'm aiming for that kind of weird, like World War I era Studio Ghibli feel to things.
Are you game if we don't list essentials like, rations and...
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry about those.
Great.
You're assumed to have the majority of that taken care of. The guild will provide for you, especially if they're like, you're going to be out for like a month on some mission. Here's a month and a half of rations, because we know things happen. Now, mind you, yeah, if you happen to shipwreck, then rations suddenly become problematic. Otherwise, as you're finishing that up, let's see. Character advancement.
I don't know what kind of equipment would be. So we actually have to take out our...
Yeah, how much do we take out for our potential deck? How many cards?
You'll take out all of that suit.
Yeah, the whole
Okay.
suit.
Yep, and that'll be it. If I'm remembering right, your play hand is a maximum of 6. That also represents your health.
Okay.
As you take wounds, you'll start removing cards from your play hand.
Yeah.
Your potential deck or your potential hand is 4. And if your play hand gets smaller than your potential hand also decreases.
Okay.
As a way of saying, yeah, you're losing. Oh, sorry, Leon. As a way of saying you're losing health, you're losing focus,
Okay.
losing some of that potential. Okay. Players should use the tallied bubbles associated with each attribute on the character sheet to keep a running count of how often they make plays with a given attribute, whether they succeed or not. since characters often learn more from setbacks than from triumphs. Every time a player reaches 3 times the current score of a given attribute, she can add 1 additional card to the attribute's score, up to a maximum limit of 3. This is meant so that after 3 uses of a value 1 attribute, the player should increase that score to 2. After 6 more uses, it will then be raised to 3. Note that after each advancement, the tally bubble should clear and reset. Additionally, every time a character earns a rank increase in this way, the player may edit the word or phrase describing the advancing attribute. This simulates the inevitable refining in a character's understanding and expansion of her own abilities as she becomes more experienced. And it also allows players to better define it or tweak it as they get a feel for how it plays.
Okay.
These are not drastic rewrites, Master Swordsman to Master Brewer, but should retain that original intent while adding background, scope, or nuance.
Right. So potential hand is 4, play hand is 6.
Those score achievements top out at 3. Players should continue to track attribute uses because refinements to characters' abilities continue throughout their lives, and even an ability of 3 is used a multiple of 9 times. The player may still edit, refine, or add to that attribute's description.
They're not. They're too big this way, and they're not big enough this way. Okay, I'm fine. I can handle it. I'm
If
going
you
up.
put it a little further in, they cover the whole line, and so you just don't know.
Good. 'Cause that's what I think is that's supposed to cover it.
Feels
So
better.
then,
Okay. Well, yeah, but it doesn't fit.
But if you can't
It's not
see it,
perfect.
But it
it's not
doesn't
so
fit.
bad.
But I know.
it's not like you're supposed to have the outline over the cards. It's supposed to.
Okay. Players should also mark any default plays on the designated track on their character sheet. After 3 default draws of any kind, successful or not, the players may add an entirely new attribute of their choosing to their character, giving it a score of 1. I think that's probably up top or somewhere.
What do you mean by default?
Yeah.
Default's up top. Yep.
Mhm.
So defaults are whenever you go, I want to do a thing, but I don't have a skill attribute or potential rating associated with what I'm trying
Oh,
to
I
do.
see. And if you do that 3 times, then
Okay.
you can make an attribute out of it, basically.
Yep, and defaults
Or
are always a
ability.
draw of 1.
Cool.
And making an attribute makes it so that you can try to be less bad. Okay, good.
Allows you to use it from your hand.
Well,
Instead
and
of
once
draw.
it's here, then you can level it up.
Let's double check defaults. Because defaults may also just be a draw off the top luck sort of thing.
I think so because
I'm
you're
game
saying
for that.
draw,
Yeah.
and that's the verbiage for it.
Default draws. Yep.
All right.
Even if a character has no readily applicable attribute, a character may still want to or have to attempt a play to resolve an encounter. In such circumstances, players are allowed to pull a single card from the appropriate deck to play it at their bid. The player may crown any appropriate face cards if you happen to draw those. Yep, and pulling a joker, you win, but triggers that reshuffle. Okay. Playing with 4 people, so I think I get 2 jokers.
That seems unnecessary. You don't need that much help.
I mean, each time it shuffles it.
Does not separate suits. Simply shuffles all cards and plays them together with a hand of 8. Okay.
Sounds like the game is setting us up to die.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right.
It just tipped over. 4 or more players as 2 jokers. Players keep 1 joker and discard the second from play. Okay.
Right. One last thing. Everybody has a Knight's Cash, which I'm not sure if they... Yeah,
Yep.
they do set
Yeah.
that up top. And that's just to represent the training, equipment, anything that the guild has provided you. You may also, once per session, use that Knight's Cash to go, I don't like my hand, I'm going to dump it and redraw.
So you can mulligan.
Yep. But you only get that once.
Cool.
It's your Knight's Sacrifice is what they call it.
I enjoyed Pun Sacrifice.
They have a challenge mode.
We don't need to do that.
No.
Seems unnecessary.
I think all it is bumping up the moderator's hand. Yeah, bump it up to 9 cards instead of 8.
We already have 2 jokers.
So,
Yep.
so this duel is more numerical and not like pairs and.
Yep.
It's.
I mean, everything has to be of the same suit when you're playing it,
Yeah.
so that kind of factors in. But yeah, if you've got a 10 or a face card, that's got power behind it. You just got to figure out a way to use it.
Are face cards 10 or is it 11, 12, 13?
I believe face cards are 10 as well. Ace as well. But your face cards also come with the benefit of crowning.
And your 2s and 3s come with the benefit of, I can help you.
Yep. So they may be the lowest cards you have, but it gives you that opportunity of saying, I'm going to help you out in this combat. I'm throwing a card your way. And
So
you'll
really,
still...
4's worthless.
Yeah, fours are the worst you can have, right? Unless you have a relic that lets you help with 4.
Alright.
All right. As soon as Robert's back, I think we're good to go.
Can we
Everybody's
get names
got.
again?
Oh yeah, just to make sure we've got them all down.
I think she's next.
What were you?
I was Navid.
Navid. Robert is Vereta.
Yep. Vereta.
R-E-T-A. I'm Aleksandra. Do we need to write something down next to affinity?
Your affinity is whatever
Your
your
potential.
yeah,
Just your...
It's your affinity to your potential.
potential, your elemental affinity. Yeah. Good.
You stuck? You got it?
You're good.
Okay.
But I know my coffee is like very full and I don't want to shake the table because my knee was against the table.
Do not bump.
Right where the coffee was. So.
That
Hot
was
coffee
spelled
down
as
is not fun.
Mm.
I smell coffee myself at work. I just have to apologize to clients.
It's not just not fun. It's it's the party foul of spilling coffee.
Then you're sad because then you gotta get more coffee. Okay.
Nice.
Liam, why aren't you helping us?
Yeah, for being honest, having to get more coffee, just wasting coffee bothers me more than the stain on my shirt.
I always manage to get some on me before I go to work. Like, I just got these clothes, like, out of the dryer. They're clean.
But
And now
then
there's shit on me.
you can use that, and when you're having a bad time, you just smell your shoulder and everything's better.
The scratch and sniff for adults.
I don't know. That just doesn't sound right.
Mm.
There was almost a smell on the internet.
A smell on the internet?
Like, so back when the internet was first becoming its thing, there were a couple of guys who basically set up a system of it was 3D printing for smell functionally. And you could code into the page to release these smells, and it worked really well. They just didn't consider the fact that nobody wants that.
Mm-hmm.
And so it never actually.
I mean, imagine all the troll pages, and you immediately go, "Yep, nope."
Because a lot of it is also, you have to have a lot of chemicals and stuff to like actually make those kind of sense. And because I know there's like the smell of vision, it's the smell of vision, but
We'll be adding that to VR before you know it.
yeah.
God, I hope not. We're awful.
Because you know somebody's just going to do the classic, like Birdie Bots, every flavor beans, but for smells.
I mean, I'd
Because-
be all over that.
I don't know, man. My nose is already so sensitive. I don't think I could handle it. Like, if something smells too
Yeah,
strong, I'll get fucking sick.
Mm.
That's why it's usually Jason's job to clean the bathtub, because, like, those chemicals make me physically ill.
Bleach is nasty.
Right?
Katie cleans the bathroom because she gets some sort of perverse joy out of cleaning.
It's the best kind of joy.
Like, she had a really bad day, and she's like, no, just leave me alone, and I'll clean the bathroom.
I clean when I'm mad, too.
Clean house helps out.
Or exercise.
I exercise.
I just have to push myself to exercise in those conditions, but yeah, that helps a
Yeah.
lot.
I mean, yeah, it's harder to make yourself sweat and exercise when you're already pissed off. But it does help. But yeah, no, I absolutely, if I'm like super anxious or angry, I will scrub house.
That
Jason's just standing there going, just sit down.
I don't
But
understand.
I'm mad. Just sit down.
I don't understand cleaning being something that's enjoyable, but I appreciate the positive effects it has on the things that I don't have to do.
I think it's because
It's supposed to be cathartic.
it allows me to like control something in my environment and like take that control back and feel better about it.
And then you get to look at it and be like,
I did
that's,
that.
that's done.
Yeah.
That's everything is in
Fucking
its
did
place.
Everything else might be shit, but that is done and it looks good. You know.
Who did that?
Okay, so are we simultaneously like holding both hands, or is our like potential hand just here for in case of emergency needs?
Your potential hand is there anytime you want to make a potential play,
Okay.
activating your abilities to do something.
And then your play hand is there anytime you want to do literally anything
Everything else. Yep.
Okay.
If you're using magic, that's when you pull on potential.
But you only get to do that 4 times.
And
For-
then you need 5 hours to rest. The in-game world runs on a 25-hour
Hush.
clock. I believe they refer to every 5 hours as a bell.
So 4 times per long rest, basically.
5 times.
5 times. Well, 5 recharges. It's weird. Because you don't even have to rest. Time just has to pass. Because of the innate magics of the lands that keeps some of this stuff floating, you legitimately will just recharge over time, whether you're resting or not.
It's like free energy.
I like it.
Mhm.
We're pretty awesome better.
You're all solar powered. Guess wind would be
Tesla
better
powered.
here.
It-
Yeah.
It's come well at Tesla powered, like that free energy.
Well, it's never free.
Zach sacrificed his jacket. Be quiet and lay down.
Must we smother you in more jackets?
Alright, so what do we got? We're created, we exist.
All right. This guy up for use. Everybody's got names, equipments, and an artifact.
Yep.
You're good to go then. Leon, come on. The
Your
little
favorite human is right there.
Sleep on the couch.
defenseless.
I don't know. Is he asleep? Because he's not snoring anymore.
It's true.
Jason, are you asleep?
Not at the moment.
Yeah, see? It's like I live with him.
It's like you know these things.
He was asleep and the whining started. Just like an alarm.
He goes in that real quick, though.
Alright.
All right, so the lot of you have all been summoned to the docks. You've been given a call by the guild itself, which usually means you've got a mission of some sort. You're to meet with somebody down by the docks. They will have a Explorer Knight's blade to let you know they're the person you're looking for. But outside of that, you've been kind of given free range for a couple of hours in the morning to get down there by effectively noon, the lunch bells.
Okay.
So let's start with the basic of what you imagine your home or lodgings looks like, a short then description of what your character looks like, and what they do that morning. Be it, are you up early, taking care of things, and then getting down there, or are you rolling out of bed because the alarm clock woke you up late and trying to get there just in the nick of time. So, let's start with you, Robert.
Okay.
Right under the bus.
Yeah.
Or actually, let's use a luck draw real quick, just to get that out.
All right.
Everybody will draw off the top. In this case, the person with the lowest number is the unlucky one who has to go first.
Yeah, it's still me.
Okay.
Cool.
So, do we put this in this card or?
Yeah, that'll get discarded, and then we'll get shuffled back in later.
Okay. Okay.
Should we draw a new card?
That one should just be off the top, so you shouldn't have to worry about adding to your hand.
Oh, I drew from my hand. Said my bad. Oh well.
There you go.
Okay. Sorry, Robert.
Okay. So, she's got kind of like a messy dorm room.
Okay.
It's got like room for a desk and a bed and maybe a dresser if she's lucky.
Okay, so probably living off some of the Knight's lodgings.
Yeah.
Explorer Knight's lodgings.
She enjoys the nightlife a little too much, so she's just rolling out of bed as soon as the alarm clock goes off. And she's got like this really wavy, dark black hair she's trying to get under control real quick.
Quick brush through the hair.
And she throws on some clothes that's a little more fancy than normal clothes. And straps her swords to her thing, gets her pack with all of her equipment. And then she heads off to the docks.
Okay. Leon knows to run.
Blanket of impending doom.
Alright. Rowen, what type of life do you lead?
My housing is probably just like a small villa. It's pretty organized. Like 30s, mid 30s, but definitely went gray early.
Okay.
Full
From the
head
worry?
and beard of
Full head. No.
it's just gray.
It's a little off the top. Okay.
Wearing pretty like simple clothes, like still colorful. I'm thinking like a tunic and sash, and I don't know what I guess I'm thinking a little bit more like Renaissance clothing rather than like World War One era clothing.
Oh yeah, like I imagine they range the gambit. Definitely a lot more brighter colors. Okay. So when do you wake up? You need to be down there roughly, again, for our sake as players, by about noon.
So I probably wake up on my normal schedule and then get things ready, and then whatever I need to get done beforehand anyways, and then make a plan to be there on time.
Okay. It's kind of regimented,
Yeah.
following through. Okay. Head down to be precisely on time. Okay. Navid?
Oh, we're late 20s, but we're born with white hair. Not gray, not just white. Like we're talking albino. Yeah. We live on a roof.
Nice.
You live on a roof?
Yeah.
Like, do you have a tent up there, or?
No.
A hammock?
No, we just sleep on the roof.
Okay.
All right.
Roof for rent?
Yeah, we'll make it down for rent. We'll be down there early just because we like the first 5 hours of the last 5 hours of the day. That's when we sleep, and then we're off and doing things again. So part of the reason,
So you've grabbed like a breakfast, a quiche
Yeah.
or something like that on the way.
part of the reason that he lives on a roof is because Mostly just there to sleep, and the rest of the time he's somewhere else. So. Yeah.
Okay. Aleksandra wakes up about 11. Probably lives in night lodging still.
Okay.
She's in her early 20s. Very pale. Has bright purple hair. And is like the Upwind equivalent of like the gothic girl. Because she's the... I took the concept of weird psychic girl. So I'm just leaning
You
into
can
it.
have, like, you know, an athletic, corn-fed,
No, man.
weird psychic girl, if you want.
But I
Yes,
don't.
the Iowa psychic girl.
I'm having a Gary Busey moment right now.
It's all that corn.
It's all that corn.
Makes her psychic. But no, she's... I mean...
Do you mean your teeth? are
She's
trying
not
to escape
particularly
your-
willowy or anything. She's just like
So-
average
so-
sized.
The face I'm trying to think of is
Rolls
it's
out of
kind
bed
like
at 11.
Julian Assange, but it's
Gets
it's
dressed,
like the younger.
grabs a portable
Beard, but
breakfast and heads down
It's
to
the
the town.
half-
the WikiLeaks?
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's more. the
Everyone else
actor.
is dressed in colorful clothes.
So
She's
it's-
literally
that
wearing
would be-
black.
Just
With
black.
the beard,
She has a beard.
usually. I can't remember what
Fishnets?
I've seen it from.
Nah.
Too much? Okay.
That too.
Had to
But
check.
it's-
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Nice.
But she
I
has
got
like
his
leather
face, but-
armor on because she's still functional.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. anything
Functional
they've been
goth, how about that?
It's dyed black.
in. They probably played villain.
Yeah.
Action goth.
There you go, yeah.
45.
Yeah, man.
Baby
Wait, we're talking about the Spice Girls now?
Yep. The gothic Spice Girls,
Ah.
to be specific.
Posh goth? No. Whatever.
So the lot of you all arrive at roughly the same time and spot the, even at a distance before noticing the blade, the man that you have come down here to speak with and who is...
I'm actually about 5 minutes late and running there with a piece of toast sticking out.
Oh no. Full anime.
Running with the toast.
Okay, so the three of you get there first and spot somebody from your actual academy days when you're training with the guild. We resist the urge to actually use the game's flashback mechanics at this moment, but you do recognize and remember Master Leo, one of your trainers, especially in the arts of swordplay. He looks at the three of you approaching from various directions, gives a simple hand raise. He looks probably to be in his maybe early or mid 40s. Definitely starting to go gray, salt and pepper look. Has a number of scars and bits where you can tell, yeah, that's a practice sword landing a blow probably a little too hard.
I look at the one on his ear and go, sorry about that.
But he's definitely seen his fair share of combat. From what you've heard, he has actually ventured into some of the Twilight Lands, which rumors tell are host to all sorts of nightmarish creatures. However, not many of those have actually been, seen, or ships have usually not come back from those areas.
Kind of the here there be monsters.
Exactly. It hits a point where literally you go below cloud level and people just don't know what's down there.
Oh, good.
Most people don't come back up if they drop that low. So you stay where it's nice and bright. But he waves the three of you over. Well, good to see that you all made it. I see we're still missing one. Vereta, I believe. Should probably wait on her.
Crunch,
Crunch,
crunch. No,
You got a little
turkey leg.
something?
Just like the pocket watch.
Ah, okay.
You know, just like
Winding it up, keeping it going. And a couple of minutes later, Vereta comes rushing down the hill towards the docks. The city that you're all a part of kind of builds this winding city around a larger mountain of this floating material down to the docks, which positions itself kind of where you'd expect docks to be if this were sitting on a lake, right on that kind of final lower level.
So I get there, take the toast out of my mouth, say, sorry, boss, but you know how it is. There was a blonde and a brunette, and outs of alcohol, and a game of chance that was part poker, part truth or dare.
Ah, yes. Well, your grand potential is the reason why you are such a unique explorer knight. And why you have been selected, along with the rest of you, for this mission. We have gotten word that there may be some artifacts located on a floating bit of debris, for lack of a better term. It is a island you can still land on, but one small enough that few have looked at it in terms of a location to live or even settle. We have the lodestone in question from the scouts who found it, and we have requisitioned a ship for you, along with a couple of days of rations, so you can make your way there and back. We are fairly lucky, as this little bit of detritus is actually floating its way through some of the air currents, and will be making its way fairly nearby in the coming days. Now, mind you, that also means if you miss this, it's a bottle in a stream. You will definitely need to put quite a bit of effort into catching up to it. So I'd recommend getting it right the first time. Now, the scouts did mention that there are some others who spotted it, but did not decide to land at that time, as they saw the same runes that we did. It seems the civilization before had some sort of building in this particular small bit of land that has kept bits and pieces of it clustered together. Old stone and metal forged together for some, what we assume, militaristic purpose. So we can assume some bandits are probably making their way there now. Whether you get there first or second, don't get there last. Any questions?
What are the runes that scare you people so?
Sorry, slip of the tongue. Ruins.
Ah.
But there may be runes there of the magical variety. In that regard, be on your guard for ore-oriented runes. This location is very earthen.
Kill me, Leon. What are you hoping to find on this? What makes it worth going out there?
What's so important?
We just believe it to be another artifact, and, well, something we do not want to fall into the hands of those who may misuse it, quite simply put.
Can you see that, Leon? That's for you. Your tail should not be wagging that much.
That's his favorite human, though.
So, simply put, this is a matter of security, ensuring...
Others don't get it.
Exactly.
It doesn't fall in the wrong hands.
I'm all about security.
I'm not
Where's
here
the ship?
for your wordplay. You're here for a mission.
Outside?
I think you just like the pat
You go
down.
outside?
I believe it depends on who's doing the patting.
Yes, it does.
I figure she's doing the patting usually.
Oh.
The running lizard
Half the time.
has been given to you. I expect you to take good care of it and bring its electroplated hull back in one piece.
Okay.
What's the maximum number of pieces in which you'd be okay with us bringing it back?
No. Make sure each piece is fully disintegrated, thus it's still one piece.
Yeah.
It's just...
Missing a few.
It's not whole,
I like
but
it.
it is
One
still
piece.
one
Okay,
piece.
hey, thanks for the mission there, bud.
I'd hold my fist out for a fist bump. That is my kind of thinking.
Like I
Obviously,
said, there's
you put
always
your
another
faith
way
in
to
the
solve
right
things.
place.
There's just that moment of like, all right, focus, don't get angry.
I mean, you remember why you hated me so much, right? Okay, anyway.
I see his face and just, we get the mission done. It's just...
I would prefer you get it back with, as the idiom implies, No pieces are missing from your ship.
Or disintegrated.
You are powerful in your wielding of the elements. Leon, hush.
No!
That's true.
I expect you capable of fixing, mending, and keeping your ship afloat.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, you picked the right people for that.
Alright. Thanks. And I will look around for the running lizard.
So, since you are kind of running with this, maybe not the best of the recruits, I'd like somebody to make a play against me. We'll make this an easy play
Okay.
to see what type of ship the running lizard is and what type of crew you have been given. Now, mind you,
Oh, people.
whoever wants to make this play can also up the ante a little bit in how you describe what a successful or a positive looking crew and ship is to you, to the point that this may turn into a 2-card play.
I'll do it.
All right. So what attribute would you like to use, be it ability,
Does it-
skill, or
I
potential?
want to use skill,
Okay.
and I want to use. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a woman of wealth and taste.
All right. So, what is the forgetting proper terminology? What's your bid? What do you need? Yeah, your ante. There we go. What is your ante?
All right.
What
I'll do that.
success look like?
Okay, success looks like it's a very nice ship, luxurious quarters,
Okay.
and a crew of very beautiful people that are not only easy on the eyes, but easy.
All right.
Very specific ante.
Very specific.
Are you talking about a sky whorehouse right now?
It's basically what I'm hearing.
Okay.
A sky harem.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Well, Robert did not specify gender.
That's true.
So I was
I
trying
appreciate
to go.
There
that.
can be men in a
That's
harem.
true. There are.
That's
Yeah.
true.
And
Sounds
harems
like
are
a- like
much
a-
nicer whorehouse.
I'm sorry.
Sounds like it's like the traveling circus, but mistresses.
Or what? Masters? That doesn't. What's the male form of mistress?
It's master.
Miss Master.
It feels weird, just because of other
Because of the
connotations,
connotations of that word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. If this happens to fail for you, you have a crew that is not even necessarily like bottom of the barrel, but they've heard of your ways.
They're all humorless Puritans.
To some degree, yeah. Yeah, I like that. That's
So uptight that the British kicked him out. Oh wait, that's
so uptight that they turn their meals into diamond. The type of people who expect you to run by the book.
Okay.
It is still a
Don't fail.
good and functional ship. Don't get me wrong. It will get you where you're going. It might be a bit on the Spartan side, but it has everything you'd expect, and maybe even a little more.
Okay.
Please, by the book, please don't fail.
So, what would you... or for that,
Sounds like a 2-card.
that does sound like a 2-card. It's
Oh,
going specialized enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So, here's the 2 cards I'm using.
And you're going for the highest numerical total value.
Yes. Unless you throw a joker in there.
Okay.
Okay. So, you've got your 2 cards there.
Mm-hmm.
On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Just make
Joker!
Yep.
God damn it!
And to get rid of that 3. So, you make your way down to the running lizard.
Fucking ace!
So you played a Joker. That means everything gets shuffled back in?
From, yeah. So,
For your
it's
deck?
shuffle your hat. Yeah. Everybody
Oh,
shuffles when a
but
Joker
it-
is played.
And
Wow.
Does that include this pile? Or?
Yep, you take your discard, you take your hand, throw it all in, and shuffle it. This is to some degree to keep you from just holding onto a joker until you need it.
Does that include potential as well?
It does not include potential. It's only for your play hand. Yep.
Because you can't have a joker in your potential deck.
You really used the Joker on that.
Yeah. Mostly because I wanted to get it out of my hand.
But also despite it.
A little bit, yeah.
Heard the descriptions like, nah.
There, though,
So
like,
Steven didn't have to describe
Yep,
some uncomfortable things.
I mean, I'm not uncomfortable with describing like a crew of your classic vest-wearing men and women with no shirts underneath and short
Axle
shorts. Yeah, short shorts that are dangerously short.
All the
sounds
sweat.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Chafing.
That's
Oh
not
god, the chafing. There's so much talcum
See,
powder.
that's not
It's-
attractive.
That's not a bad hand.
You know, then that causes cancer. So maybe.
They're not as worried about that. You got magic. You know, it's. Yeah.
Can magic stop your DNA from misreplicating? 3, 4,
Why not?
6. I mean, we are on floating islands, I suppose.
The sky's the limit.
Oh, okay. All right. Now I'm just
Cool.
as heavy, but in a different suit.
Yep. Now I'm
But one
reorganizing
that's not my
everything.
weak suit, so it's more my balanced suit.
Hey,
That's
husband,
okay.
come here. Por favor.
All right, so you arrive, find the gangplank, and as the four of you are walking up it, you find your crew
Well,
all
this is
standing
interesting.
at attention, uniforms neatly tucked in, look like they were pressed the last night. Each one of them even does that like click and stop the moment you are on deck, and there is a salute as you all walk by.
And I was
They
just
are
like,
presenting arms.
God damn it.
Well, I thought
Not
of myself
what I was
as more
hoping
British,
for.
so
So one of them knows and is like,
Hey.
give you the right one, sir.
Aha, yes.
this,
You
this
get your
seems
brown
like my
noser
crew.
immediately.
This seems like my crew immediately. So, like,
I'm happy you're happy about this. I am.
This is not to say that they are not unpleasing to your eyes. It's just, you know, you're going to have to work at anything here.
they're not easy.
They are not easy. Not to say you might not find somebody where you're like, oh, hello.
All right.
Just gotta work for it.
So, you get the ship set up, ready to cast off. What all do you think yourselves in terms of jobs aboard the ship?
Not breaking anything.
It's fair.
Navigator
What?
or
That's
or-
terrible.
I have a spyglass, so look out.
Okay.
Just not breaking anything. I just stand
You're
really
for more
close
the
to the middle
exploration side of
of the...
things.
Yep. Okay.
Okay,
Just
so
sit in the back and
as navigator, you know
push
that
me buttons.
the lodestone you were given, you can basically think of it as the GPS coordinates on a three-dimensional compass. You'll need to attune this to your guide, and that will then basically point you in the direction you need to go in 3 dimensions. Now, that's the catch. You've got a lodestone that'll point you to one direction, one specific spot. You do also have a lodestone to get you back here, but you've got to reattune that.
Oh, so we only have one lodestone. We don't have a lodestone dedicated to our home base.
You do also have one for home, but yeah, you specifically are currently holding one for where you're going.
Okay, so it's already attuned to where we want to go.
You'll have to do the attunement.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. What do you see Navid doing aboard a ship?
The reckless captain.
randomly pushing buttons is a bad way to go.
I could see a Kirk
Yeah,
or a
yeah.
Zap Brannigan.
I know.
type
That's what I was saying.
commander.
That's what I was thinking. It's very Kirk. I'm
Maybe
like
you
the
all,
first
maybe you're the one who
mate
like
Spock.
gives the speech.
I do kind of my affinity is intelligent perception, so
Okay, there you go.
We could do that.
Now, many of you may die horrible, meaningless deaths.
But that's a risk that I'm willing to take.
There we go. Depending on the type of character you want to be.
Kind of the Shrek spiel. Some of you may die, but that's a risk
I'm willing to take.
I find an empty chair, put my feet up in the chair next to it, and read a book until someone shoots me dirty looks and I move my feet.
All right. You'll find the only seats here. The only seats here are down in the cafeteria, effectively.
Well, I guess I'm sitting on the floor then. I want to be where the business is. Just very carefully away from buttons.
Okay. So, who'd like to make a play for launching?
I can do that. Well, I guess you are the navigator then. You might need to...
Now, mind you, you may be good enough that you don't think a play is necessary, that you can get that attuned and you're good to go. And maybe the narrative goal here is a speech that inspires the crew and gets them ready for whatever lies ahead, which success may mean you've earned yourself a cash with the crew. It may be your navigation is so good that, yeah, you can get there quicker. You know some of the air currents and jet streams around here that'll get you there guaranteed before that pirate fleet or bandit fleet is spoken of gets there. It may be you find a way to gussy up to one of the crew.
I think I could swing kind of motivational.
You find a way to do something?
I pushed the
Do
right
you
button.
have the cards to attune it?
I mean, you've got...
I have cards to help.
I mean, the thing is, she's
I
not
have a lot of-
stupid. She just is, like, afraid to do anything to fuck it up.
You've got that
Oh,
mind-reading potential.
Yeah,
so
I
maybe
could
the
totally,
play
yeah.
could be
Swing the...
really getting to understand the crew, and maybe it's
Motivation
a
pretty well.
find out that, yeah, they are very Spartan on the outside, but
And,
they're putting on a face.
It's true.
And
I
that
can do
you're
something.
able to dig into that. And
Since it worked so well last time.
Well, I mean, I would like to share it around, because as mentioned, when you make a play, you get to do that little bubble in for whatever it is you had.
yeah,
as
that's
a
right.
reminder, that whatever it is you had, add that bubble in. Yeah, I'll focus on Rowen, Aleksandra, and Navid for the time being, just to
Yeah.
have everybody get a throw
Yeah.
in first. But
Make
yeah,
a speech. That
but
sounds
keep
good.
thinking.
I think I could make a speech. I think I could swing a where there's a will, there's a way sort of thing here.
All right.
Okay.
Honestly, with the cards I got in my hand, it's horrible.
Unless you think
it's
you
very
can get a specific
specific.
team success to get us there, like that.
No, I think that's good. I'm trying to think of if I can assist him. I have to use an ability or skill myself as well.
Yeah, of
And
some
then,
sort.
because it has to be a 2 or 3 to assist.
I feel like I should double check, because it's either the same ability or you just have to have the same suit.
Seems to...
In which case you'd say,
Doesn't
I'd
it
like to
heart?
use this ability, it would be heart, and you'd be like, I've got a 2 or a 3 of hearts.
Okay.
Yes, I can help you.
Because I didn't know if you have to use
With-
your own ability in that suit.
All right.
I will find out real quick. But yeah, way.
So while you're looking, I think my ante on this is going to be the rousing impromptu speech, and especially given the style of the group with whom we're working, come hell or high water, they're just going to continue to push with this confidence that we're going to make it happen.
Okay, so that inspired confidence of like, even if these are supposed to be like, I don't want to say rejects of the academy, but the one everybody knows has a reputation. Let's put it that way. That they immediately go, okay, they just, they'll look at you and go, they work differently, not poorly.
Yeah, and at least kind of things might be wonky and seem off, but somehow things are going to work out. And so we're just going to not mutiny.
I feel like if you say that, you're just giving them an idea.
Well, I'm not going to say that. That's just kind of
Oh,
Yeah,
that's the
that's the ante.
Mutiny.
You say So you're saying my counterbid should be mutiny, and we change the adventure from exploring ruins to surviving a mutiny. I can buy
While in dock.
and that's the fun of
While in
Upwind.
the dock.
While in
While in the dock.
Haven't even
So yeah,
fucking
no.
looked.
My ante is even if we mess up, even if we kind of fuck up pretty severely,
we will succeed.
somehow we're going to succeed. We just work differently. It's going to happen.
So I would see that as your, like, this is my means of getting to that ante. Your ante can go a little more mechanical as well. What do you hope to get out of this?
I hope to get out of this, like,
I
if
would,
there's a difficult situation that arises due to the
Like crew
fervent
morale.
commitment of the crew, we get some sort of mechanical benefits.
okay, so the generic for those, it would be like a one-card crew cache.
All right, I like that.
In which case, I'd say you'd write that down on your sheet if you succeed,
All right.
as just a reminder. And you can, of course, lend these caches to other people.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, let's figure out teamwork real quick so I get that right.
And that's, I'm assuming, a one wager?
Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward. Seems pretty simple.
Helper characters may each provide one card of a given play, which must be of the suit assigned to the ability, skill, or potential being used to help. Explorer Knights have superior, allowing them to have 2 or 3 as their help.
Okay, so I would have to define how I'm helping. Is that
Not even.
because that's
They
what it
do
made
go-
it sound like?
Yeah, they do go a little bit lighter on it, but yeah, you can definitely say like how you'd like to help in this regard. But
No, because
I could also help.
it made it sound like you're helping with a specific thing.
assigned to the ability, skill, or potential being used to help. So yeah,
Used to
so
help.
whatever you're using to help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So like, if my ability, Arbiter of Conflict, uses a heart, then I would have to use a heart.
Yep.
So, if I was willing to up the ante on this
Oh boy.
to maybe get 2 caches, could I up that to a 2-card play?
Okay, and I'll have to up my ante.
Yeah.
Originally, I was going to just flip it as a 1-card ante or 1 card against you
Well, that just
for the crew
seems
being like,
too easy.
yeah, that sounds great. I mean, there's plenty of time to really go off the rails with these, but a 2 card,
Yeah.
Okay, I will say that if you fail this, despite whatever may happen, the crew's still going to look so poorly on your success or failures here that should success come, this will be just a regular mission, no matter how amazing it was. And should failure come, they will specifically single you out
Oh, that
as
sounds
the blame for said
perfect.
failure. Even if what was one of the others, or random happenstance, they will lay it at your feet.
Yeah, we're okay with that.
Okay.
When you don't have a good reputation to begin with.
This will only make it worse if things go poorly.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going with a 2 card?
Okay.
I'll use these 2.
I mean, I could use heart potential and do force of will to like make them believe it. If you want me to, Zach.
I think I got
That's an
this.
option.
Okay, I'm just saying, like that's a thing I can. It's a thing I can do.
Yep.
I
If
could just
anybody
sit there
would like
in
to
the
help,
corner and just like. Vroom.
Short of him having a
Not
joker,
with my
I think I've
hand.
got this.
that's fair.
Because you have to have a 2.
You have to have a 2 or a 3 to help.
My hand went terribly wrong.
That's fair. You might have a lot of 4s and 5s. It happens.
It went terribly wrong.
So have an ability, always another way to solve things. How I'm trying to think of how would that or nothing gets by me.
I could see nothing gets by me as reading the crew and trying to get a feel for it, and
I forgot.
before
I get 6 cards, so
yeah, you get 6.
Before things go awry.
Before the speech starts, you go, "Hey, lean into these elements."
Oh,
That makes
I'm
sense.
giving the prep talk to the prep talk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
I could see.
Prep talk, I see that.
I could see the same thing if you wanted to use like mind reading potential
Yeah.
or social
That guy's got a
abilities.
lazy eye. Don't know.
Here's the info I've gathered.
Now, his bum leg, I can mention that, but lazy eye.
Yeah.
Off
There we go.
limits.
And especially since you're leaning into this idea of, look, things may be weird. Your character being the weird psychic girl, displaying an ability, period, is enough to be like, yeah, that's weird. Okay, I'm behind it.
Just
Okay.
look at me for too long and you're like, oh, something's not.
Something's that's
not
like
right.
hairs on the back of the neck stand up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
She's
so
not real popular.
you're helping.
Yep.
Anybody else helping?
No.
All right, flip
You
on
guys
3.
got this. I believe it.
1,
2, 3.
3. All right,
17, 20.
you got it. Against a 15.
All right.
So, write yourself down for a 2-card cash.
Let's see. I'm not gonna intentionally fail things. Come on, guys. Trust me a little bit more than that.
Sometimes it's fun and interesting. Other times, yeah, it's not great.
Get those marks in there, yeah?
2 card. We'll just say crew cash.
So you get marks for failures or marks for
Both.
attempt?
Just for using it, but you have to be the primary person
Primary,
to use it. In helping, I don't believe it gives you any
Yeah,
benefit.
makes sense.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right.
So, properly motivated, the crew hops to. You notice that you've got crew that then goes from top deck, setting up the masks, down to aiding you in getting the lodestone in place, getting the crew basically, or the ship all ready to
For launch.
push off, yeah, and launch. Since none of you really seem to be pilot types, unless you see yourself as
I'd
such.
be pilot navigator.
Okay,
Be
yeah.
both.
Sure not.
No.
Okay. Then you've got crew also there helping you in terms of
You
they're
wanna
there
take
as
the
you
risk
start
of
the
running
push
some of
off
them,
and
right?
pass off to you once you've got the lodestone set. And you can see engineers moving back and forth, double checking the arc plating that keeps the ship floating in the air, and head out into the airways.
What kind of ship do they look like? Are they like galleon kind of look? Or are they
Now they actually
cruise
have.
liner? Like
I
Oh, that's cool.
like what era of ships are they?
hold on.
Oh, that's
In
hopefully just the edges.
Yeah,
not-
it's just the edges. It is a little too close on. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they went all
Okay.
out for ship design.
Okay, yeah, so a little bit more of the.
Yeah, a bit of like that ship of the line look, with some of them being like literal hot air balloons.
We're basically the Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, that's kind of a good way to look at it.
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Because which one are we? The
Uh,
Corvette?
Corvette.
Let's look at one.
I think probably like the Corvette.
Yeah, Corvette, the EGS Swift, probably a good hop there. It's got an arc cannon on the front of it.
Okay.
Otherwise, pretty straightforward. Plenty of masts and
Or the
stuff. for
Cutter.
it.
Can we use the Knight's Mulligan for our potential hands?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, mind you, you can always just, if you want to do something with a little bit of narrative flair, that is something where you're like, there's nothing interesting in failure, you can just spend that card. That's it.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do happens.
Alright, I'll remember that.
Yeah.
My hand is garbage.
I got a lot of helping.
I mean, that's
I
good.
got 2s and
It
3s.
fits the character.
Yeah.
To give you some context, I could have spent my entire potential hand and not beat him.
Oof. Yikes.
Not great.
Yeah.
No.
Good to know where you are with that. But at the very least, it sounds like you can help other people with your potential.
Yes.
There you go.
Have you not looked at my potential yet?
My
Oh.
potential is actually really good,
So,
Mine's pretty meh.
which is kind of like the opposite of my other.
So we're a flying.
so you're out there on flying. And we'll do another play for how you get there. So, Lance, since Rowen is kind of the pilot navigator,
Yep.
I'm going to say it makes sense to put you in charge of this one. So, mentioned it would probably take a couple of days, 2 days to get there. So keep that in mind when you're coming up with your ante.
Go big, go big.
I can actually assist you on this, I think.
And also remember, you've got narrative elements to play with, like the...
Yep.
I keep wanting to say pirates, but bandits, yeah, of the like, out in the air, which... You want to get into a battle? There's potential there.
Whether or not I assist you is entirely dependent on how you go about this and what you're trying to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to accomplish is to beat our competitors.
In what way? Get there first?
Get there.
Get
Yep.
the drop on them?
Like...
Because, yeah, you're flying through, like, cloud banks and other stuff like that. Stealth is feasible. If you want to say, since I know the bandits are out there, I want to get a drop on them and, be able to get the upper hand when we first attack the ship. It could just be, I want to get there first. However you want to start that play. And I will usually pick narrative elements to counter you that are similar to those lines. So if it comes to combat and you're like, I want to get the jump on them, they might get the jump on you, or they may just be horrifically outnumbering you. If it's I want to get there first, it might be either they got there first, or looks like they've already come and gone.
So we did the one thing we're not supposed to do, which is get there last.
Yep.
So, how you want to play this? I can help out.
Because, especially with arc potential, you're looking that arc is what is used to keep the ships aloft and propel them usually. And there's always a good chance for the weaponry to be involved as well.
Well,
Wind can give you suitable currents.
trying to get there, I was thinking more along the lines of using my eagle eyes for lookout.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so we can use potential for this?
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
If you can think of a way your potential can help you get there quicker, be it I've got potential with ore that lets me detect, actual deposits of landmass or material, which will help us navigate directly to where we're going, or avoid other land masses, find that straight way.
So what if my potential was master strength? Oh, monster strength. Monster.
Okay. How would you...
I want to arrive there in not glorious fashion, but in a very dominable kind of fashion. We're arriving, we're announcing our presence, and it's the show of force.
Cannons blazing. So you want to get there with the
Full
pirates
speed ahead.
already there, is what I'm hearing. With them probably having recently landed and they're on the ground.
Yes.
And you want to just be coming in at them.
And we're there, we were on their we were on their heels.
Okay.
Show of force.
Yes, show of force.
Okay, but not having traded blows beforehand,
No.
just getting there at that moment. Okay.
Yeah.
It seems to be a relatively tight window there, so I'd call that probably a 2 in terms of
2
the difficulty. Yep.
Could a crew
And-
cash help with that?
Crew could definitely help, yeah, if you wanted to throw in that cash or allow them to use some of that cash. Now, mind you, whatever ability you're using, the ranking next to it is the maximum number of cards you can play.
Oh, and so these also have.
So if your monster strength is rating 1, you get to only play 1 card from your hand. That is. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Yep. I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you fail this, then as you're catching up to them and having that display of force, you quickly find out that you are outgunned to the point that they're going to keep you away from the island long enough that they'll get in and get out with what they're looking for.
Did you put 2 cards up there?
Yep. Sounds reasonable.
So what's the functional consequence of him using a crew cache?
Crew cache goes down by 1
Okay.
and draws a card off the top of his play deck, and that gets added to it.
This sounds. Sure, we're going to start
is
like
kind of
all in. Yes. Okay.
It's kind of a big deal here.
So it would be off my play deck.
Because you're using the crew cache.
Yep. Cool.
What if it doesn't match? It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
because it'll be
Suitless.
suitless.
Yep. Anytime you
That's
draw
what I
off the
thought.
top,
Okay.
yeah, it's effectively going to be suitless.
So you have
almost never have to
her
worry
help.
about it.
You have those 2 cards.
And 1 crew.
Yep.
Okay. So again, success. You're coming at them as they're just docked, unaware, and plays will then be made from there. A failure is basically you get there and your display of force is outshone to the point that you have to pull back and retreat. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Ooh, nice.
So that's 31.
I think that.
Hold on. Now, you've got a king, and this is clearly a combat strategy. I've got a king, also playing off combat strategy. So I'm going to attempt to crown it. It's a 9. So that's a 29.
And so I play something now? Is
You
that what
have
you're saying?
the option, since you played that king, and you're dealing with a combat strategy type scenario,
But
to play off the top.
We still
But-
win.
Yeah, because that Jack was drawn off the top, you've got another 10 already. You're already beating it. You don't have to draw if you don't want to.
Okay.
Now, mind you, the amount of success can play into it. It can be used to interpret the results a little bit more. So right now, it's fairly close. You want to pull that off the top and make this a big victory, potentially, go for it.
'Cause
You want it
that's-
to just be, oh, we just caught them and they're scrambling and we'll see how it goes?
No, that's
Don't
why
worry
I
about
played
it.
the king,
Mhm.
and this type of strategy was combat strategy, leadership. It's
Top of the play deck. Let's see
forceful
what you
authority.
All right. Dang. Another Jack. All right, so that's
There's
what?
my Bowers.
A grand total of like
41.
41 against a 29. So, yeah, this is a overwhelming show of force. This is as the ship breaks through the clouds, you prep a arc cannon shot that runs through the ship and disables it. You watch as it starts to like sink a little bit, and the engineers left on board are quickly working to get the hull restarted so they can start floating again. The crew that has been set out watches their ship sink, and they are just like horrified at what they're watching and just make a break to get inside. And they're already at a point where their morale is kind of crushed by what they've seen.
We're basically the guy that just needed a car and decided to bring one of those super jacked up trucks because he's overcompensating.
Except Corvette's not terribly huge. We just know how to use it, and so we just
Show of
It was the perfect shot, disabled some of their systems, and split their crew.
the show of force is the crew.
So some of them went
So
inside
went
the
inside.
debris where we're going, or inside their ship.
Yeah, should I?
inside the ruin. Right.
Yep, a little of both. So you've split the crew. All the landing crew didn't get off their ship, but a couple did.
Okay.
All right. What's the next play for you?
Well, you can mark that. Did you mark that?
Yeah, definitely mark that. Even just attempting is enough to mark. To bubble
it would
in.
be overshown now.
Yep, monster strength.
Yeah.
Make landing.
Sounds good. Now, you're not under duress. There's no... I mean, there's potential for damage to the ship and for showing off. So yeah, we'll just do a simple one play for landing the ship. Oh, yeah. Thank you. So, on a failure, we'll just do a ship gets scraped up a little bit, a little damaged. More so an embarrassment to the crew than it is anything else.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I hate you so much right now.
Have you deflated yet?
Shut
That's
up
not
and go lay with your human. Ugh.
Man, go over there.
Go get him. No, I'm not giving you anything.
So I'm gonna be invoking nothing gets by me as a sense of trying to like find us a safe place to land. No,
That makes sense.
nothing. It's a good defensible position kind of thing.
Sounds good. All right. 3, 2, 1. By 1, nice. So you spot a good place to set down, one that's safe, and far enough away that you know, okay, once the bandits manage to get themselves together, get their ship back up and running, they're not going to spot us where we're hiding. So you've made landfall on this small-ish rock. You're looking at something that's like maybe a quarter of a mile in diameter. There's a very clear stone edifice with a steel door that has been slightly opened, left ajar. That you know the bandits in question have made their way into.
Okay.
Where to, Captain?
Who made him captain?
People that weren't thinking.
This was like a terrible decision.
It was, and yet here we are. Because nothing that I might do here is going to end well for us.
Cool.
Awesome.
So if anybody else has any rational ideas, you might want to speak up.
Boy, when you say that word. I don't know, man. I could use nimble and quick to like quickly get off the ship and like navigate onto the.
That sounds
Get a
like a
scout.
much better
Need-
idea
yeah, to
than
scout
what I
it
would
out.
have us do.
Find a quick way there.
Mhm.
Sounds good. Sounds like a good play.
Okay.
I'll counter that with you may be nimble and quick, but you overlooked a trap that has been here for quite some time that will inflict a minor injury on you.
Okay. One.
One
Well,
card,
I could assist.
Okay.
You can definitely assist. How do you plan on assisting?
So we're assisting with a. Never tell me the odds. She might be in a hurry and we're going to go blind, but you know what? We're just going to miss that trap. Just by a tiny bit. It's there. We notice it, you know, as the rock that we kicked happened to set it off. But we got this.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
This guy. You got your card? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Nice. All right. I do have Ace, which can be crowned in any play, regardless of circumstance. King is more combat, strategy, leadership, ability, diplomacy, etc., and so on. It's forceful authority. Whereas this one feels a little bit more, probably lean on Jack.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't have a jack, so I played
That's
king
fair.
because it's
Yeah.
iron.
Okay.
So I'm not allowed to crown?
No.
For this one, I'd say no.
Well, fuck.
For a 7. Okay. So as you're making your way through, there is a quick triggering of a little wire trap.
I tried.
It's fine. One of us had to fuck up. Should have known it would be me.
Triggering of a wire trap that sends a kind of small swarm of ball bearings your way.
Cool.
Draw off the top, and that'll determine how much of an injury it is.
Oh.
All right. Almost. It's with a minor injury, you divide its value by 3. So a 10 divided by 3
3.
gets you 3. So discard 3 cards from your hand, and you
Oof.
currently have a hand size of 3. Now, that being said,
Your potential also goes down to 3.
so that will drop by 1. You could potentially use your potential to heal yourself. If you don't have a potential that seems to, or a potential ability that seems to fit that, you can default with it and simply just spend that card to do some healing. I will do a quick lookup as to how healing.
I mean, I
plays
have
out.
force of will, and I could just be like, ow! Make that stop hurting.
Yeah.
Foof.
And work through it.
To heal myself.
I could see that as a little bit. It's more natural healing.
Just drink some water
As
and walk
opposed
it off.
to
Kind of
magical. Yeah.
Shrug it off.
Which may have a little bit of different effect. If I remember right.
Your arm hasn't fallen off yet. You're fine.
Right?
It's still
it just
attached.
stings.
Wrong one, that's fine. Core book. Okay. Builds, complexity, plays and calls.
Those are cool cards.
Which
I like
ones?
the little constellations in the back. Or the little geometric.
They are constellations, yeah.
I thought so. Okay.
Okay, injuries. It's healing, it says. There we go. If a character receives skilled healing care, at the time of the injury, they may heal 1 card for every face card of the appropriate suit the healer is willing to discard from a play hand.
Also, that it has to be.
Has to be a face card. Face cards drawn to replenish those spent for healing may not be used for healing those same injuries. So if anybody has something that they would say this kind of leans into healing,
She's
All right.
kind of the one that leans into healing.
All right. How about
Yeah.
this? My blood of iron, heart of stone.
I could kind of see that. Got a face card for it?
King.
That'll work.
So I could just discard 2 face cards out of my hand?
It's got to be associated
With the skill.
with the skill.
So it would have
Skill
to come
or-
out of my potential hand. I don't have any face cards in my potential hand.
You could still do it out of your regular, but it would be limited to a single suit, would be the catch.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you could find a way, like skilled medic, that being more intellectually based, you could potentially use like spades.
But I already did it for it, right?
Yeah, but that's just
1.
That's 1.
Well, yeah.
I'm losing 3 cards.
Okay.
So you could definitely aid in this.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, that'll bump your hand back up to 4.
Yeah.
And then if you have some way to also heal yourself, you can bump that then up again.
I have a lot of face cards, but nothing that'll work for this. Nothing else.
No. Now, magical healing requires the abilities of a character with some
Well,
form
I mean, I've
of...
got tougher than I look.
Mhm. So you could use that. There you go.
I can discard 2. Is that a face card 2?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just discard those 2.
It's the face card that beat us.
All right.
and for potential later use,
Yeah.
healing requires rain potential and will immediately restore 1 play card for every potential hand card spent
Okay.
by the healing character to power their magic.
Okay. Do you redraw up to 6 after you've played cards, or you keep the?
You
Administered.
redraw up to whatever your current max is.
Which
Yeah.
is 6.
Which is 6 now because.
Oh,
thank
so you should
for-
always have your max hand size?
Yeah, anytime you play, you'll draw back up.
Okay.
It's with potential that you only draw every quote-unquote 5 hours every battle.
Okay.
And that's just a way to keep you from just use magic to solve all problems.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we got there. Nobody died.
Well, scouting has determined there are traps.
Mm-hmm. So make sure you guys know that.
Yeah. You have not made it yet as a group.
Step. Ball bearings. Ow!
Hold
Fine.
on. Whole lot of
Okay.
binding of wounds.
So, knowing that there are traps,
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for pointing that out.
could I swing a walk between the raindrops like, okay, we know there are traps, so we're going to avoid them actively, and it's going to be okay.
Sure.
I need to make sure I actually have that suit before I make the pitch.
I
have
could
that
also see that as a... If you wanted to bump it up to a more difficult one, you set them all off, so no one has to worry about them. Because you can walk through the raindrops.
Yeah, let's do that. That
Not
sounds
everybody
fun.
else can.
We're going to set them all off.
Okay. I'd put that as a 2-play.
Oh, I'm good.
Yep.
Jason, can you come clean my glasses? They're really bugging me.
So I'm going to set up all of the traps so that nobody else can set up the traps.
Oh, cool.
Sounds like
I
a
didn't know
plan.
that was out here. I'll just use that.
I don't know if there's any way any of you can assist me, but if you can.
I don't have the right cards to assist you, otherwise I totally would. Because you can only assist with 2s and 3s, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing gets by me. As like an assistant, I'm helping find all the traps, making sure all of them are actually set off.
Good on ya.
A bunny would be quieter.
Until they scream.
But they usually
They
don't.
usually don't.
Unless you're murdering them actively. They usually don't.
That's wonderful, thank you.
All right.
I'm hungry, nothing sounds good. It's okay, I hate cereal.
Okay, so your play is no worries, set off all the traps. Everybody then can get to this point no
Rapidly,
worries about.
because there's nothing dangerous.
Okay. I will say you fail.
I'm
It's
gonna
a
get hurt
major
real bad.
injury. Yeah. You're triggering a lot of these.
Yep.
There is a good chance that you won't be dead, but you won't be in a really good position.
I have a survival cache.
Mostly
from,
dead.
I have a survival cache from my culture. Can he use that?
And bison? All of it.
In this case, I'd lean towards no.
Oh,
This is
okay.
more perceptive.
Though,
Okay. Surviving the trap.
could use a
There's
bold
truth, yeah.
recklessness cache.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
You're boldly and recklessly setting off every trap.
Boldlessly and recklessly traveling where no one has gone
Yep.
before.
So, again, failure, you'll get a major injury, which is draw off the top, divide whatever that value is by 2. That's the amount of damage. But you will still set off all the traps
Yeah.
and be able to get everybody to the door proper.
I just have to hope he's not going to play Joker.
Okay. We'll go with
Show me yours.
3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Definitely gonna pull one off the top end. 30.
It's tied.
30.
All right, you know what that means? We gotta up the ante.
So would deception, thievery, subterfuge allow him to crown that? Or is this so bold that it needs to be...
He is specifically using his bold cash. So I would lean a lot more towards king on that one. Forceful authority is what I would lean on in that idea. Because the others don't quite line up.
Okay,
So
so
up in the ante. How does this work?
upping the ante.
How are we going to up the ante
What?
from major injury?
It goes to deadly injury,
Oh,
which
right.
is whatever you draw is the amount of damage you
Oh,
take.
Jesus.
I like it.
Which is bad.
Yeah.
Or I can find some other way to
Oh no,
harry you.
I got this.
Oh, yeah.
Those are
When you tried
off
to
the
kill
side.
Lose the cash?
There's a reason they made the relic that I did.
That's good. Yeah, but this is hurting you for the most part.
I just said it has to have a significant negative consequence due to my actions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it does.
And a cash use would probably be for the rest of the island. Would be my save for it. But yeah, that makes sense.
But that the relic would be if I failed, so
Yeah.
that's not me up in the ante here.
Okay.
So, how do we up? I guess I don't really know how we're going to up the ante on my end there.
You got to find something to add to it.
All
It
right.
could be something like throw yourself a cash.
So I have to use
for-
another skill or ability, or
No.
throw a cash.
This is all narrative at this point.
Okay.
Yeah. This is...
This could be something like, as I'm dancing through these traps as they're being set off, I'm able to kind of read and study them a little bit and get a feel for what they're like, and that gives us a
Better chance of noticing them if there are any in the ruins.
a cache for the traps, be it noticing, be it disarming, be it using them to your advantage. Say you get in combat with these these bandits later, you can use that trap cache to be like, aha, we tricked them into setting off a trap.
All right.
That
Name for
sounds
that?
good.
Okay.
I'm going to say the additional side effect, aside from that heavy injury you're getting, instead of bumping that up to deadly, it's going to be that you activate a trap that damages the ship,
Okay.
and
Oh, that grand.
you're going to injure like half the crew.
It's okay. They're on board. They know it's going to work out. We prepped for this, so we knew this could happen.
All right, so let's see how this goes. We're now purely in the lands of fate. This is a draw off your play deck to see 3, 2, 1.
Oh!
That's an ace.
Then we might have to use that relic.
You did fail.
Yep. All right. So first, we resolve what happens. You set off the traps. You are injured rather drastically. So please draw from your play. You will divide whatever it is in half and take that injury.
Or
4. Not unconscious, but that is painful.
No one dies on my watch. As
Hold
a
on.
Skill.
Let's finish resolving.
Okay.
And then you will be able to use that to heal. I would say.
If
if we have to heal.
Yep. Which I would say you can handle one of the effects you're getting, not all of them. And as you're triggering some of these traps, one of them happens to then also activate some of these old defensive systems, which pops up an arc cannon that immediately targets and fires at your ship. Now, thankfully, the crew has been on edge, and they are ready to go, but there are still some injuries on board. So, with this, I would say your artifact has the opportunity to undo one of these effects.
So the
Be
crew
it-
was prepped for this,
They took some injury.
but that's why I gave the speech.
So they get
You're not.
So
I would
that
say
what you're
the
saying?
injury would reduce the crew's cash by 1, just because injury
Yeah.
would reduce it.
but we're not going to be on the ship. The crew cache is less relevant once we're in the thing and the crew's back there.
Until you're flying back, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, that's
That's future me's problem.
future Navid's problem.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair.
Current Navid needs to live for future Navid to have a problem.
Sounds fair.
So we'll give up that second crew cache.
Okay.
And so
your coin activates and
Okay.
will effectively say you are unaffected by the damage
okay.
as a result.
So do I get the 2 cards I discarded back, or draw back just up to 6?
I'd say you get them back.
Okay.
With this idea that it's kind of turning back time, yeah, you could pull those back. That makes
Okay.
sense. And any of the potential you would have discarded because of how much it drops you, don't worry about discarding it. Still good.
Cool.
Because that you wouldn't draw back.
So everything's okay. Everything's fine, guys.
Now, catch being, I now have a 3-card cache.
Yep.
Anytime you could potentially get injured.
Yeah.
Neat. All right.
Had to draw an ace.
But on the plus side,
That was
All
fun.
those
traps
are-
have been taken care of.
See, all those face cards are now in his discard.
That's true, yeah. You now know those have gone low, which means getting closer to a Joker, right? That's how that works?
Well, you're also closer to like a 5 and a
Mm-hmm. And 2s and 3s.
And a 7, which is very nebulous and just like in the middle, fucking middle.
Yeah, right in there where you're like,
Super annoying.
So I would come back and let you guys know that, hey, path's clear, everything's fine.
So,
Yeah, that looks fine to you.
The ship can still fly.
Do you know that?
you're hearing like echoes off from the background. Get him below deck. We'll get the medic. Bring the corpsman. It's not too bad. They'll be okay.
This is why we were prepped for this. We did the speech and did the thing, and
You keep saying that word.
Okay.
I imagine you literally like walked over a hill, out of sight of everybody. Cannon fire, explosives, lightning, the earth shook a little bit, and then you walk back over and you're like, problem solved.
All right. I've got a proposition.
Unscathed, amazingly.
That's a very Zach Brannigan thing to do.
What is your proposition?
All right. I want to use my lies everywhere
Okay.
to get that crew cache back by saying he actually prevented more damage than he caused.
So, rules as written, they tend to lean against undoing what just happened.
But
yeah. It's against the herd.
could she use that to get a crew cache? Because then they're like,
For
oh,
it being it wasn't as bad as it was?
like, it could have destroyed the ship.
It's still in that kind of mitigating what happened.
Yeah.
So I would lean against a no in that regard. If you wanted to like better your chances with the crew later, where it's like, look, we're going to just heal that part of the crew, take care of that. I could see a play made for that. That would make sense. Because you're actively spending face card resources, or in the case of a
Healing the crew.
rain magic, that playing pretty much any of your potential cards could be, we took care of healing the crew. Later on, you won't get into a situation where it's like, well, the crew was injured.
I got a lot of face cards, but
Yeah,
it's for things that are useless right now.
I could see it at the potential of not we get the cash back, but of a narratively, the injuries and damage to the ship won't come up. In that sense, it wasn't that bad.
Okay.
That is fine, because it's not undoing the injuries to the crew.
It's preventing the future problem.
Yep, it's saying the crew that's there, they're still skilled enough and enough of them there in proper disciplines that, you won't have a problem based on that.
All right, and I can use my lies for that.
What was the list of it again? Or the name of it again?
Lies everywhere.
Yeah, I could see it. Definitely in that like meta spirit behind it, where it's like, oh yeah, that was bad, and it's like, nah, not as bad as you think.
Yeah.
No, it was kind of bad. Like people were still injured, but ship's fine.
And then if Aleksandra was to heal the injured people, what impact would that have on the future?
Further injury to the crew will likely not result in their death.
What would it be to heal them?
Is
Is it like a contested roll against you?
No, it's simply
Expending
take one of
the
your cards
potential.
and expend it. Doesn't have to be face because it's healing magic.
Oh, okay.
And that's what you do.
All right, so
There you go.
No force.
I'm gonna do this thing.
Okay.
I healed the crew though. So they won't hate us so much.
What's the answer on it?
Right, thank you.
And you get a fill in.
So you're going with the. It's not as bad as it looks. The ship itself was rather fine. Like despite the injuries to the crew and whatnot, ship's fine. Catch will be. Leon, there is a problem with the ship. You just don't know about it, and your lies paved over it. To the idea that upon inspection, the crew will realize, oh no, this damage was done when we got hit, not anywhere but after that.
Okay,
So it will point fingers at you once they get back to being like,
I'm good with that.
yep,
So are we saying one card ending?
one card. Yeah, it's nothing major.
And this would
Not
definitely
gonna
be
lie.
deception.
This is deception.
Can I use human lie detector to help?
I kind of think not.
Yeah, not in that regard.
Yeah, I do
You'd be
this long
like-
speech about this, and she's no, he's lying.
This is more of like because it's supposed to be like hedging the ante. I'm
It's-
supposed to be.
It sounds like to some degree that it's lying about things being in bad condition. And that it's like it's a lie that's good enough to cover up the fact that it's like, oh yeah, no, nothing bad will happen from here on out, systems wise.
Then,
Okay.
yeah, fine.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, flip.
I get
Yep.
the crown. 16.
There you go. You're good to go.
See, everything's fine.
Don't worry about it. So yeah, a quick check over and soothing words. Anything that's actually damaged in any dangerous way, I don't need to worry about it right now. Ship
Couple more
took the
things
hit
to worry about.
and it's fine.
As we walk back to the door, I would just point out to you all of the traps that we're not setting off.
I'm very glad that my ass is not blown off by those traps.
You're looking at strange assortments of like blow dart traps, landmines,
I point to a rock at one point.
magical ray guns.
It's a rock. It's not a trap.
You don't know that?
I'm pretty sure it's a fucking rock.
I tripped over it.
It started over there and then it got over there.
Thank you for moving that very dangerous rock.
See? Everything's fine.
You don't know sarcasm, do you? Okay. That's cool.
Alright, and you make your way to the entrance of this old military complex. Work your way inside a little bit, pushing through a few more doors before you find yourselves at an intersection. Which way would you like to go? We will need a play in this regard. Be it to find the right path, be it that whatever path you go down leads you to the relic. And for this one, I'm going to make it interesting. I need at least 2 of you to give me a suggestion. And we'll run this as something relatively difficult, as a 2-card play.
So do we split our 2 cards then?
No.
So we both play 2 cards.
Whoever ends up playing, at least 2 of you, are putting forth a here's what happens scenario. against my here's what happens. Whoever gets the highest value is what happens.
Okay, so we're bidding independently.
And to some degree against each other.
Yep.
But also against me, who's going to propose a rather nasty situation. That you stumble down the wrong path and fall into an ambush with the bandits.
Alright. Okay, I got a suggestion, which is not really good.
Go ahead.
Can we all go around and make suggestions
Yeah.
and as a group decide?
I want to use...
Yeah, when it comes to negotiation, you can propose edits to whatever it is. It's
Okay.
still whoever's making the proposition's final decision of, yes, this is what I want to go with. But mind you, especially for this one, and even in other circumstances, if somebody's like, I'd like to do this, you can be like, I'd like this to happen instead. And then two competing ideas with a third from the game master, whatever that usually more negative outcome will be, are all then playing off against each other.
Okay.
So, Robert, go first, if you would, please.
So, I'm going to use my... Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a woman of wealth and taste.
Okay.
And I've had some learning, and I've studied temples. And I know basically which way to go.
Okay. So you're going from the aspect of this looks military on the outside, but this is actually this is a temple.
Mm-hmm.
That there's changing that fact that it's no, this isn't a military complex. This is either something religious or along those lines. That sounds interesting. So you know where to go. Okay. What else happens as a part of that? So you know where to go. You lead the group there.
I lead the group there, and we get to drop on our enemies.
I like it. Okay. That fits within a 2-card play, I'd say. Who's got another idea?
I could work mine in with Robert's, because I have can't see me coming.
Okay.
That would be more of
An assist,
An
in that
assist.
case, yeah.
Yeah, well, I can't assist. It would have to be just a plain 2 cards, because I don't have assist cards, but
Mhm.
that's the only decent
So-
idea I have.
So you could propose a similar but different idea?
Basically, yeah.
Something along the lines of...
I don't know which way to go. Whatever way we go, they won't be able to see us coming if we do happen upon anybody.
Okay. And that, again, is where the queue system kind of comes into effect. If what you say happens, then this is a temple, a place of worship. What you said happens, still a military base is expected. It keeps
Sure.
that trappings and... I mean, unless you'd like it to shift or change in some way, shape, or
It
form.
doesn't matter much to me what kind of building it is.
Okay.
Would anybody else like to propose an outcome? Are you good?
Don't have anything good.
I mean, you can always throw something out there and be like, I want to get rid of some cards, right?
Yeah.
Now, mind you, if you win, that rough situation you came up with happens.
I mean, the only thing I could pitch would be kind of a cut to the heart of the matter, being able to just naturally know this is the most
The
direct way to go.
straightest path. And I'd definitely ask to build upon it a little bit of saying, what about the bandits? They're a clear element in play. Your cut to the heart of it is that you found them, you found the artifact without them.
It'd be very much we just got straight to the relic, and we managed to do it in such an efficient manner that the bandits were still trying to navigate and figure out where they were going, but
There you go.
I think that you guys probably have some better odds here.
What about you, Lance?
You want to throw anything together?
Because mind you, all of you who are making an attempt here
Uh-huh.
are attempting, and that will bubble in that skill bubble.
Mm-hmm.
There's always another way to solve this.
Ooh. Go on.
There's actually a secret entrance that I find.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I get there, and they have no idea that that is a passage.
Okay.
All right. Question. Would my idea be a leadership thing?
Strategy, leadership.
I could see it along the lines of king, if that's what you're leaning towards.
Yes.
Because yeah, that's always the weird, fun part about it, where you're like, I kind of have to guess, but yeah, most of the time it's fairly clear. Okay. So 2-card play. Everybody got their cards ready?
Oh, we're all playing?
If you put
If-
forward
If you put forward an idea, good to go.
I thought, okay, I thought we were like trying to see how better I did.
And
Let's just go for it. It's
Mhm.
fine.
part of it is
Everything'll be fine.
exploring the system and seeing how it goes.
You're right.
So
everything will be
since
fine.
my score is a
Yeah.
1 for that,
You
I
are
can only-
limited to 1.
yeah. That,
Now, mind you, that can also be a good play if you're like, I'm just playing a joker, so it doesn't matter. But, okay, 3, 2, 1.
how we would have tied.
Ooh, yeah. It's a king and a queen, so there's 20, 16,
18.
18. All right. So, as you make your way inside, you find out, as you notice nice flowing tapestries and rugs on the wall, iconography denoting what appears to be worship of some beings from times long past. Despite that outward face, it seems indoors is a very different location. And as you're making your way through, you come across the group of bandits currently parked at another intersection. You can see a little ways off in the distance a set of glass doors, and behind it, on a pedestal, a little glowing and rotating rose. The bandits currently seem busy arguing with one another about what's the best way forward. Arguments consisting of, it clearly has to be trapped. Did you see what we had to dodge on the way out here?
On the way in.
To, there's no way they would put traps in here. This is clearly a place of worship, a safer place.
All right.
So I would put forward a conditional, to whoever has an idea, 1-card cache of you got the drop on them. So anything you want to do that involves avoiding, sneaking around, fighting, or negotiating with these individuals will gain that 1-card cache.
All right. So this is a horrible idea, but I really want to do it.
Oh boy.
I know where this is going immediately.
All right.
So I want to use my shock and awe shit.
Ooh, no I don't. Alright, to step up and...
So the idea behind this power is it's incredibly powerful,
Mhm.
but it's also incredibly dangerous. So
Okay.
my thought is I can take them all out in one shot, but it destabilizes the temple.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
I would definitely put that at a very high play. That sounds like a difficulty 2 or 3. From the effect you're trying to get out of it being destabilizing a whole platform. That is an incredible amount of power, even for a power that is designed to be extremely powerful.
All right, how can I bring that down to 1?
Can't.
Can't.
Don't destabilize the entire island would be part of it.
Well, I'm not trying to destabilize the entire island, just like the
Like an
ruler
Indiana
and-
Jones temple thing.
Yeah,
What do you mean by like it starts
crumbling.
Indiana Jones falling apart sort of
Yeah.
thing? Okay. I'd put that up around 2. That's a 2. You're knocking out a group of people.
It sounds like at least a 2.
At least a 2 for the knocking out a group.
Yep.
And destabilizing the area means it's making it dangerous for whatever you're doing later. That's okay. If you want to buy it down to a 1, somebody's got to get injured. Or somebody's.
Okay, so I'm going to try my luck at this and leave it at a 2.
Leave it at 2. Okay. So, counteroffer. Your shock and awe shit turns all into awe shit. And you electrocute yourself
Ooh.
for a minor injury. And your companions will do a luck draw to see who also gets a minor injury from the aw shit.
If anybody wants to do a competing idea.
Yeah, so how do we
ideas.
feel about a competing idea of us just trying to sneak past them?
I do have can't see me coming.
Sounds good.
And I could assist you
Okay.
with walking
I'm still going to try mine.
No, yeah, that's part of the
Actually-
reason why I like this system. Because it's not then just you against
Oh,
me,
I can't assist you.
and I'm the bad stuff that happens. It's, if I can't do it, maybe they can. Of course, using potential for this means whatever I use is gone for the next 5 in-game hours, but if it succeeds, it succeeds.
Alright. So I'm going to make a pitch that... So walking between the raindrops, we're able to skirt around the bandits in such a manner, and I'll even up this to a 3. Like, we get the relic and get out without them noticing.
That sounds fucking great.
I'm not quite ready to have the relic dealt with.
Ah!
You can get to the relic room. That's as far as we'll go for this part.
Then 2,
Still 2, yeah. That's fair.
unless someone else has a better idea.
Because the idea is to keep the play difficulty the same for everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
My idea is to be able to sneak to the relic, to the artifact, and not alert the crew. They're so immersed in fucking arguing that they don't notice a handful of us sneaking by. I'm not gonna.
Well-
I'm not gonna say.
Okay, so not just you.
Does it need
You
to,
in, like... I mean, it depends.
about-
How do you want this to look? Is it, all right, hold on, guys, I got this, and you head over to grab it?
I think
or
the
is
2
it-
of us would be best.
The 2 of you go, and then the 2 of you are in
Hanging
your
back.
setup, keeping an eye on the bandits,
In case they do notice and they
Okay.
can get taken out.
still ready to maybe jump them.
Yeah, because
That makes
you're
sense,
good at getting rid of traps. So my idea is the 2 of us can sneak over there with my can't see me coming, and get in there with the artifact to grab it before the bandits notice.
Our idea sounds so much better than mine. But,
I feel like ours are pretty similar.
well, in my idea, I wanted us all to go.
I think that's not feasible.
It's still your choice if you want to make the play, but mind you, even the attempt gets you that bubble.
You know what? We're going to attempt all of us going.
Okay?
I'm gonna go
What you got?
Arbiter of Conflict.
Ooh.
I want to announce our presence. Remind them of our earlier shock and awe.
Okay.
And let them flee with their pitiful lives.
I like it.
Sweet
I-
Jesus, are we not the cockiest bastards?
I like it, though. Okay, so we've got shock and awe to eliminate them. I'll say render most unconscious, if not lethal to some, because it's dangerous to control. With... okay, so now I've got to readjust my failure for the lot of you.
Yeah, there are a lot of possibilities now.
So we'll go with the failure being the bandits spot whatever it is you guys ended up trying to do. Here we go. Since it is that quantum state, if I win, the bandits basically overhear you guys arguing about what to do in hushed tone, but still.
Oh,
And they get the jump on you, removing the advantage you have against them.
okay.
and they'll jump into a more combative stance with a 1-card bonus, 1-card cash for whatever combat they get themselves into.
All right, and this is a 2.
This is a 2. Nobody can use the general cash that is sneaking up on them because we have opposing ideas on where that's going.
Okay.
I'll use
But
mine.
there's still that potential stealth available.
Okay,
or
so how do I
surprise
use
for
my
them later?
ancestral cash for this?
Okay. You're making a play from potential, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you'll make your play, and then you'll say, I'm using the cash. You will draw from your potential pile.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Whatever you draw gets added.
All right, so
And could I... So if I was going to swing a crowning card for this...
Mm-hmm. For what you're doing, that's sneaky. So that would be
A jack.
Yep.
Damn.
So I'm invoking my sociability for my culture.
Okay. So
For
you'll be
my
throwing a cash in there.
Yep.
What do I want them to do? Like they're getting the drop on you, so that they're prepping for combat. So that does. Boy.
It's okay, guys. We're not coming back. It'll be okay. We got this.
I got this.
Is it a Joker? Oh no, those are 2 cards there. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, we got some crowning to do.
Yes, we did.
Never
No,
mind.
we don't.
There's a Joker.
Because, I'm sorry, guys.
Oh,
Those were terrible ideas. And the failure was way too...
Can I crown to try to get a Joker?
Sure, why not?
Why not?
All right.
All right.
Dang it!
Not a Joker. Damn. That's
God damn it.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what the rules are on
This
that
is
one,
like
but why
the
not?
first system I think we've ever played where rationality has a way to actually fucking win. And I've never felt so vindicated in my entire goddamn RPG life. Okay.
Beautiful.
How often do our characters go, no, too late. Now we have a way to go, no, just no.
If I
That's true.
succeeded, we all would be in the relic room instead of 2 of us.
That being said, discard your hands. A Joker has been played.
Sorry, guys.
And draw up some new cards.
We
I
shuffle
just
this
played-
card
Just
in.
draw, not
Oh,
shuffle.
no, shuffle back in and
Yeah.
draw. Sorry.
It's
See,
just a playhead, right?
Just the play.
All of our things could have worked out if we didn't fail. And hers, they would have been incapacitated. And his, they're all gone.
They're all gone.
They
dude.
would have been interesting, that's fair.
In mine, we all get to the relic.
Yeah.
I, as DM, would have enjoyed any of those circumstances.
All of them could have worked and been okay.
I admittedly like this state where it's like there's still the potential for combat. You've made it into the relic room.
That's what I was thinking. Like,
We've
it's still
split the
good.
party. One of my favorite things.
It's still ripe with possibilities,
Mm-hmm.
but we don't start off combat like with the drop on us and fucking injured.
That's true.
So it just
I have a pretty good hand.
A lot of people did.
I played an ace and a queen.
I played ace in the face card.
Yeah, see?
No, I probably should have said this earlier, but since the Joker came out and we're shuffling hands anyways, not a big deal. You can only crown once per action. So if you had that, like, Jack and
You don't
ace,
get to use an ace
you only
and a
get
jack.
one.
Yeah.
Yep.
I use the ace because I don't have a jack.
That's fair. Yeah.
I wasn't really sure what mine would come under, so I just used an ace.
It's a good way to go, yeah.
I'm afraid of what's going to be in the room with thing, though.
Alright, so, Aleksandra and Navid,
Yep.
as the bandits are arguing, the 2 of you slip by them, craftily, carefully,
You get eaten
Using-
by a monster.
a grew because it's dark.
all the
A
while.
gelatinous cube.
Veretta's going, ha! I
Walk
told
into
you.
Okay.
Well, Rowen and Vereta are standing guard, kind of
Okay.
continuing in this position of looking down on the bandits, still keeping that advantage should you want to jump them, or should you need to jump them with the way things are going. Because there's always that chance that, I mean, you're coming up against a group of 4 or 5 of them, so there's a decent chance somebody gets injured along the way, even if you do come out on top.
Okay.
As you've made your way in the room, you still see the rose in question. It looks a little larger than a normal one, and as you've gotten a little bit closer to it, you can see this is actually hewn from stone.
So we just
You're smart, right?
take it, right?
No.
And that's where we'll have a play.
No. Yes.
What do you imagine it's going to take to grab this? Is it as simple as it's just on display and nobody's seen it? This drift rock happened to just be floating by and catch people's attention, and the relic's free for the taking? Or is there something else going on here that you're working your way around? And working around those things may grant you some advantages later on.
Can I use...
Let me hear your idea before I...
Can I use a clever girl to kind of know something about this?
Sure.
And I also have the trait of I read that somewhere for a cash of 1 card.
Sounds good. So, how do you want that to kind of play out then? What is it that you learn about this that
I learn...
lets you potentially grab it without issue?
Yeah. Yeah, I know how to take it without getting hurt.
All right. What do you imagine that involves then? Is this a Indiana Jones style pressure plate where you know you've got to carefully measure some sand and swap it out?
How is it? Is it like floating, like Beauty and the Beast style?
I think that's part of what we're
Beauty and the
deciding
Beast
here.
style, yeah.
I know how to deactivate it, the whatever's around it,
Okay.
keeping it there.
So in your set, some magic is holding it in place, and
Yeah.
you can't remove it unless that gets...
Yeah,
Okay,
basically.
that makes sense. It's a good security system, I'd say.
What color's the rose?
We'll go for an offbeat, a yellow rose.
So what's the difficulty you're going to put on that?
It relies on a little bit of historical knowledge, and well, I guess that comes down to how do you deactivate it? How do you clever girl deactivate it?
I mean, we could go Resident Evil style with turning all the symbols to the right thing.
Sure. There's some sort of tapestry on the wall depicting a grand scene. There's some
It plays
inlaid
into
little
the I read
rotary
that somewhere
dials.
type thing.
Mm-hmm. Where you're piecing together a bit of this mythology and going, wait, this is what this means.
I read
Set
that
this
somewhere.
to this to this,
Yeah,
and then we tap the button and it'll
not give you
gently
snakes.
drift down and set itself easy to be grabbed.
Yeah, let's try that.
Before I... What's the difficulty here? For her...
I'd put it at a 2. You're solving a puzzle. There's some depth to it.
I only have a 1 in a clever girl, so can I not do it then?
You
Or-
can still do it. You'll just play 1 card from your
Yeah.
hand, and then you'll draw a card from the cache.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right. And
And-
in addition to that, I read that somewhere, or for my...
4.
Using it, yeah.
Okay.
So you'll
All
mark
right,
that
cool.
as used for the session.
That's fine. Okay, cool.
So... Is it fair to say the odds of her having read just the right book to know what the hell to do here pretty low?
You didn't have any books I read?
It's part of the reason why that's the cache. Like, using it implies in her reality that she read the right book to know.
Just like you with your...
Oh no, for real. I was going to use that to try to help you.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of never tell me the odds. The odds of you actually knowing exactly the book to help with exactly this puzzle.
You like those odds.
Yeah.
I'd say it's a bit of a stretch to
Yeah, well, it
use
is because
in terms
of-
of helping, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
That I don't
'Cause
really have anything to...
The cache kind of implies.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to use my... So before I do the thing, can I use my Knight's Thing the Mulligan?
Yeah, if you would like to.
Yeah, we're going to do that.
Okay. Discard those.
Because that's
Draw
just
new
a bunch
hand.
of numbers.
You want a 2 and a 3.
I had a 2 and a 3.
Ah.
That's what I was trying to...
So you're trying to see if you can come up with a different idea now. Okay. Looks at hand. I don't have any ideas.
So,
Sometimes it happens.
Sometimes it happens, yeah.
okay. So we're in the...
Ooh.
In my universe,
Yep.
it is a very Indiana Jones-esque style room, and there are traps and plates and lots of things where
The penitent man.
if I was to mess up, it's going to both alert the bandits and also probably cause some pretty grievous harm on my end. But I'm going to attempt to, you know what? I'm just gonna
Grab it.
grab it. I'm gonna just hop to the different plates,
And
and
spell Yahweh, and remember,
I think we can swing that. And never tell me the odds.
Fuck, he's right.
yeah, I could see that work. So the counteroffer to the two of them then is the bandits have been planning this all along. The two of you approach. You're able to disable the trap, pick it up, and they immediately descend on you because they've been waiting for you, the smart explorer knights you are, to solve this trap and puzzle.
And then just take it from us.
And just take it from you.
Well, that
So-
sounds interesting.
So they, if they succeed, will move in, and for the ensuing combat, will put themselves in a position where they've got a leg up, and they will eliminate the surprise cache you have and give themselves a surprise cache of their own for the ensuing battle.
You said this would be
Little
a
bitches.
2.
A 2.
What crowning card would fit for what I described to you?
You're running off of luck, so I almost want to say that's just an ace.
Okay.
Ooh.
Because you're not necessarily being like sneaky or deceptive.
It does say
It's-
nefarious doings next to Jack.
I don't have any, that's not really anything nefarious, though.
I assume everything you're doing
Yes,
is
that's
just a
fair.
little bit nefarious.
Your character can always use a jack.
Okay.
That
And
could
then-
honestly just be your fucking relic.
In situations like
Nefarious.
this, how do like does potential add to whatever we're doing, or is potential something I would use on a separate thing?
Usually a separate thing.
Okay,
Potential would be like, I want to use magic in this sort of way to do a thing. Usually your play will be a play of potential.
So I couldn't use a wind potential cashier.
Unless you rework what you're doing to be wind-based.
Oh no.
That you reach out with the wind, pull that back to you, or use your magic to disable whatever
Nah, let's just do
wind
this.
magic was holding it in place.
Ba-da-ba-ba.
So when you default, you can only use one card.
It is a drawn one
Oh,
off the
drawn
top.
off the top.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is I got no idea, but I need to do something.
Yeah.
And it's a way to potentially gain new skills, so there's an advantage to try.
All right.
Oh boy.
Yes.
For this scene, I am leaning on letting them finish, just narratively. But I am curious what you got, so lay it on me.
Okay. So, I want to approach the crew and hopefully still be able to use my surprise crash because they don't know I'm here yet.
Mm-hmm.
And
Depending on where you're going with it.
I want to use, please allow me to introduce myself. And I want to negotiate for them to join our crew since we're down a couple of people.
I healed them. They're fine. We're fine.
That's true. Okay.
Or persuade them.
Dang it. If I didn't have to shuffle, I would have had an assist.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, now I'm trying to figure out narratively how I want that flow to work. Because I like the idea, but I also know if I end up winning it, you can't really do your idea.
But the fail would be the same.
The fail would still be the same, yeah. You guys would be grabbing for the rose.
And
Combat would be started.
it would have been a set up trap. They would have even
Mhm.
known that she was coming.
And at that point, yeah, I'd work in
a very simple way of getting the rose, and we're good to go. Because I want this scene to resolve getting the relic.
Okay, so one among them says, "Oh yeah, I know how to get it." Okay, boss.
So through teamwork, okay, yeah, we just grab it.
Teamwork.
And you're able to suss out through the argument of that group which one it is.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. Okay. We've got the setup. Would you like to join
For
or
ships
help
in here?
anyone? Because you may choose somebody to assist, should you so desire.
Can't help, and I don't have a race in this horse.
That's fair.
Okay,
Dyslexia. But,
So- I'd like to draw on
You
our
don't have a
surprise
Joker
cast.
left. Wait, you
And
do.
I'd like to draw on my
it's a reshuffle.
persuasion cast
So-
from my culture.
As long as the two of you are okay with that group cache being used or the surprise cache, then you may. Otherwise, it will not be used. But it is the group's decision in that regard because it is a group cache.
Okay.
We'll need the surprise cache if one of us succeeds.
We will need surprise cash.
You lose the surprise cast if
If you fail,
you fail. If you succeed, then we still have to fight them.
No, we could sneak back out.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Can you sneak back out?
Yes.
They may
That's
be
the
able to.
point.
That's what we
They
do.
snuck in.
Yeah, they snuck in.
Yeah, so why wouldn't
But-
they be able to sneak out?
It'll be another play. It'll be something you've done before, so it'll be slightly easier. Unless you want to try to up the ante on it somehow. And it still leaves you the opportunity to try to make another play similar to what you're doing.
All right. Well, if you don't want me to use the surprise cast, I'll just use my own.
Okay.
All right. Cards ready?
Got a Joker.
3, 2, 1. Are there any jokers?
Ooh, I get
See
to.
no jokers.
And I used knowledge, so I get to crown.
Mm-hmm. Knowledge for crowning.
Wow.
Well, unless I draw a joker, that's a 29.
That's,
That's
30.
a
I have a 30.
It's on 23.
You have a 20.
23.
I have a
That
30.
dang, yeah, that's a 30.
These
And
two
that's
are
a
off
20.
the top of my deck, guys.
Yeah. Oh,
This is the only one I had in my hand.
She's a witch.
just love.
No, I actually happen to be good at card games.
She's just a weird psychic girl.
I am. And I am legit, decent at card games.
I
You
think
guys
it-
have never played euchre with me, have you?
I think
No.
in Salem we would have considered a weird psychic girl to be a witch.
Yeah, but we're not in fucking Salem. people.
All right.
And
So-
I can only crown once, but yeah.
Yep.
So it's a 30. Okay. I'm
Alright.
sorry.
So,
I feel bad making all these decisions.
I mean, that's the point of the system, though.
but you have the power to make it happen, and there's plenty of other things.
It's
to be
so weird for that to
It
be
is.
a thing.
And
Yeah.
there are plenty of
right.
other ways for Stephen to kill us.
It's true.
Or you to kill us.
It's not the point, but it's true.
I've been,
We could have
making-
replaced our crew, though.
That is still on the table. They have not acted. You simply have collected the rose by using some knowledge and some lore that you had remembered. You remember a little bit about this particular religion and
And I
what
get
they
to do a
held
cool
dear.
puzzle.
Yeah, do a quick little rotating or slidey puzzle of sorts. Press the little button and watch as it descends as the magic deactivates. And now the group of you have one last thing to overcome on the island.
I have
we have to get out.
Getting by these bandits.
I have the rose, and I lean over to you and whisper, "Oh, look, honey, you got me a rose." And I put it in my pocket. That was more sarcasm.
So we will be
I would
taking
jab you in the side with the butt of my knife.
plans to get out. Be they descend upon the pirates, be convince the bandits, be it sneak back out. However you see yourselves getting out of this, I will tell you my counter for it will likely be
We
combat.
don't get out of this.
It'll end up being a combat, which will just
I
be
just-
another play of people making combat ideas.
I just want to sneak back out the way we came in.
I told you everything would work
Sure.
out. See?
Okay,
That's
so
right.
I want to use my Thunderbolt of Lightning, very, very frightening, to scare them away.
Okay, spook them up. I like it. It fits within very nicely.
Okay.
I like it.
I imagine while the lightning is striking, Bohemian Rhapsody is actually
Actually
just playing.
playing.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay, sorry.
Just the music, though, none of the lyrics.
Mm-mm.
Because we can't have that copyright strike.
Yes.
Okay, so scare them off. Wonderful option. I like it.
I just want to sneak back out without them noticing.
Sounds
With-
good.
My compatriot.
Patriot. Mhm.
You're wanting
Of
to sneak
course,
out. What are
that's-
you
That is kind of
using to
Yeah,
sneak
so
out?
that's
Kind of
a
what's your
I will
pitch going to
probably
be?
use can't see me coming again. A nimble, agility and speed. I could use nimble and quick, and I could use can't see me coming. Little both. Either way, it's arc.
I know. I'm just trying to see if I could assist you, and I don't think I could swing where there's a wall. There's a way into that.
Is there any way you could use your potential to do a thing? Or any of your wind-based ones kind of stealthy?
I can do Windwalker, like the idea that just
You're literally walking on wind.
like moving
That
like a
sounds
shadow.
great.
It makes no noise. That's neat. I like it.
Sounds awesome.
That way you can potentially lean into your potential cash as well.
And then I could use Wind Potential Cash to flip one off the top. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So even with the potential, it has to be a 2 or a 3. Yep.
If you're aiding somebody else, yes.
All right. Wanted to be sure.
Okay. So you're actually aiding the stealthiness,
And I'm
using a
going
bit of magic to do so. Okay. You cannot use your cash to help.
Oh, I can't give her
Yeah.
the cash either.
That's
Yeah,
the
that's
cash.
fine.
All right. You
What
still have the
face?
right card.
What crowning card would you say I'm using for this?
It's stealth. It's
That's
sneaky.
definitely a
That's-
jack.
That's
Yep.
Jack.
I mean, I could definitely make a case for strategy, but that's okay.
A little bit, yeah, but it's mostly
It's
that.
That's fine.
Mostly
That's
that
cool.
deception.
That's cool.
But yeah, they are meant to be a little more loosey goosey in that regard.
Loosey goosey. That's a phrase people don't use often. Sorry. I'm glad Jason can't hear me because he'd be like, people don't say that. Okay.
I was expecting an echo from the hallway.
All right.
Okay,
So I made it. I
Thunderbolts
assumed it
of
was a
lightning.
Are you
difficulty
gonna
2.
assist
Is
either
that
of us?
it's just a one.
Okay, I
you
assumed it was
snuck by
difficulty
them
2.
once before.
Okay.
It's just kind of doing the same thing again. That
Okay.
being said, yeah, if you're using a cash, you'll add to it. If somebody's assisting you, that'll add to it.
Unless
you're
I can use
crowning,
my
that'll add to it.
survival cash to
So
not be noticed.
mine's
With
a
a one-
difficulty 1 too.
Yep,
Then-
everybody's running with the same difficulty
Same
as the
difficulty.
idea.
So I can only use 1 card.
You can only play one card.
Okay.
If you've got a cash, you can throw that into.
But that's always a top deck, right?
That's always a top deck. Yep. In the same way that, yeah, if you play a crowning card, that's also top decked as well. That element of luck gets thrown in.
I don't think I'm a bastard and it gets me into trouble.
Not the way you're going with it. You would have to approach it from a different angle.
All right, I'm jumping out and just throwing it in the middle of them regarding all supplies, and if I fail, they get to drop on me really bad.
I mean, yeah, they're getting the drop. That's set up.
Here we go.
And I'm kind of a bastard because I don't trust them to do this right.
I could see that set up. Yeah, okay, yeah, they got it, but they don't know how to get out of there. I see that. That makes sense. Okay.
My idea is
Yeah!
indestructible wall. I'm
Okay.
using my potential
Ooh,
to basically cage them.
nice.
Us or the bandits?
The bandits.
Cool. All right, just checking. I felt like I had to know that.
Not a bad idea. Yeah. They will not be harmed. Now we fight.
They cage us, and then they just fight the
Fight.
bandits.
Yep. Okay.
I'm getting a very "you shall not pass" vibe from you.
Right?
Mhm.
I hope these bandits aren't a Balrog.
All right. So what are you playing?
Sounds like a bad thing.
Potential.
Yep. So you're playing off potential. You're using your.
And I'm using my ancestor. So
Nice. All right. We got a lot of people running in this one. I like
I can
it.
actually feel my heart racing on this one. I'm pretty excited.
I'm going to lose, is what I really feel. All right.
3, 2, 1, flip. Well, bandits don't win. Ooh, we got some high flying ones. But in the end,
can't read those.
19
Robert's come out on
moves.
top.
You couldn't just let me do the thing. I would have beaten them, and we would have been.
I am a bastard.
Congratulations! I like you more than someone. We're on our way to being like best buds right now.
Okay, so you jump on in there. Mechanically, I'm going to say throw in another cash into that combat advantage. Just
Okay.
because I don't think you really negotiated for one, but that seems like a good default of a one.
And we do still have the surprise cash.
Yep. So, Bastard strikes first. The two of you then are moving in at this point, and you still have that surprise position of they're all looking at her. So, we'll then go with a combat.
All right.
So, with combats, you're usually looking at something where if you want to try to buy down the difficulty, you're putting a wound on yourself, usually minor for a single difficulty. These are relatively skilled pirates. They've been doing this for a while.
Did any of them run away since I did succeed?
You were going with the bastard angle, though, right?
Yeah, you changed
Not the
your...
potential. So in that regard...
No, I use potential.
So then you wouldn't be using the bastard. Right?
Bastard is a cash.
Oh, is a cash for it.
Yeah.
Okay. No, okay, sorry. I misunderstood what you were going for. I thought you were reworking what you're doing. So yeah. Problem solved. As she steps out, lightning cascading from the ceiling.
Some strange guitar riff.
I feel like I'm
Yep.
watching Count
Just-
Dooku at this point.
Electric guitar riff streaks across as well. And a lot of them just jump and just start booking it in opposite directions. They have cleared the path.
I was gonna
No
stab
longer a
one of
threat.
them.
And I go, ha! I save all your asses.
But
We were fine.
okay,
We didn't need. Should I just say thank you?
yeah.
Thank you.
Back to the ship as fast as possible.
Alright,
Just gonna book it.
Yep.
sounds good. Make your way back to the ship. Not much in the way of problems as you're making your way back.
Because
but
I already set up the traps. Yeah.
the pirates have regrouped,
Yep.
and they're making a run on your ship.
Mother.
So how does this play out?
I cuss a lot.
I'm putting this as a difficulty 2.
Are we trying to like kill them or sneak past them?
Depends on how you're looking at it. On a failure, the or the bandits are attacking your ship. They end up killing a quarter of your crew, getting the drop on them because they are waiting for you to board.
Not acceptable.
But you do manage to board the ship. You are not stranded alone here.
I mean, so worst
That's
case scenario,
failure.
we lose the crew. But again, that's what the speech was for.
The speech doesn't fly the ship.
Yeah, no, half the crew can fly the ship. It's all good.
Do you know that?
Can you repeat what that?
So that's the fail condition.
thinking
You're looking
too
at a
much.
difficulty 2. Where the pirates are going to basically make a run across, a bombard of the ship. They will kill a quarter of your crew,
Alright.
but you will still make it there. No other injuries.
How many
because they are
bandits?
focused on your ship?
Are in this group? Like, is there an obvious leader? Is it just a group of bandits?
Alright.
Depends. What do you want to be?
Okay.
What do you got? Yeah, we'll
Counter
go
offer.
first. Okay, so what are you counter offering?
We upgrade this to a difficulty 3.
All right, I like this.
Sounds like something I would do. I have to be okay with this.
I'm using
What's this counter offer?
Steel of the Earth,
Hmm?
and with a war cry, I charge out and rally the crew, and we defeat the pirates.
Okay. So take lead of that battle. Make that happen. Difficulty 3 on that. Okay. I would boost failure then. I would be looking at half the crew ends up dead through some bad leadership on somebody's part. We leave that up in the air.
Well, you're the
Since-
captain.
since it's not necessarily you being the one to run out in this circumstance causing it, but pirates really get the drop on you, and on top of that, they manage to get a salvo to the lot of you, doing a minor injury to each.
Okay. My suggestion is, there was that turret that fired on our ship.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do a Mulan, fire it on a rock slide, and it's just going to hit
Catch
their
oncoming
ship.
Okay,
as a always another way to solve things.
I like it.
You have 3 for
Thinking around the problem.
I have one.
that?
What?
Right here.
So when we assist, it doesn't matter what face we use? Or it does?
It
It
matters
does.
depending
You have
on
to
what
narratively
you
make it
use.
fit.
Yep. So
Okay.
it's whatever skill, attribute,
Cool.
potential
Alright.
you're using.
Zach, what idea do you have? I'm ready. I'm ready for it.
I don't know if you are.
No, I'm not.
You do realize he has a three cash against you.
I will put it out there. Defeat the pirates in this case is they leave and there's no injuries
Yeah,
to your crew. Not necessarily that you've sunk their ship.
right.
So
They could find us later, in other words.
Potentially, yes. But
let's double check.
they will have been
That's a-
defeated, and
That's
that's...
a future us problem.
Mhm.
See, now you're thinking. Now you're thinking. It's really starting to click for you. It's a future us problem. I like it.
Still missing the sarcasm, though.
Okay, so none of this ends well.
That's,
So-
yeah, that's a good way to summarize it.
We're going to... Yeah, none of this ends well, so why not?
Are you going to help, or are you going to
Oh, no.
propose a new offer?
I'm going to propose a new offer.
Sure.
So the bandits have an obvious leader who's up on some sort of animal that people used to ride to show, hey, I'm your leader. And for some reason, the bandits care about hierarchy. And
Sure.
so, given that
Possible.
this is a difficulty 3,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to throw one of my knives to just hit the leader right smack in the back of the head.
Nice. Yeah, that's a 3. You're throwing a knife from ground to a ship that is trying to make a run on yours and strike a single target.
Yep.
That sounds about right. What skill are you using for this?
Cut to the heart of the matter.
I like it. Yeah, that's fitting.
And I don't know if any credit
Cut
cards work. for me.
literally.
I will...
Cutting the heart
Nice.
of the problem.
I will assist him by using Tougher Than I Look and shoving some people out of the way so he
So-
can get a clear shot.
What face
It's
card
me.
might be applicable here?
Come on.
That's combat. That is a king or an ace.
Okay.
Now, while you're thinking about what you want to put out, I'm going to counter offer as well. So, on failure, minor injury to the lot of you, half your crew ends up dead, but pirates eventually are defeated and leave. If you end up succeeding, the crew sees you as that rallying leader, and they go to push you for promotion.
Okay.
The crew sees Rowen jump on that weapon, that arc cannon, blast that ship, and save them from that potential attack, that bombing run coming at them, and they push for you to have a promotion. They see the 1 in a million throw, and they're just like, yeah, no, that guy, we want that guy as our captain.
This is a terrible idea.
Yeah, of the varsity football team.
Our characters are actually friends. And I don't like Robert's character.
Oh, it'll never happen again.
I know.
So, given
To which they're
that,
pushing for that promotion for you.
can I swing and always come up heads cashier? This is pretty much a luck-based thing at this point.
You are doing a 1 in a million throw, yes. This
But-
is,
In no universe is this a skill throw.
no. Like, skill plays into it, but a lot of it is luck because this is like... I'm trying to think of even the distance. You're throwing...
This is like the combat equivalent of a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
The Immaculate Reception.
Question.
Yeah.
Immaculate deception.
Do you want to help?
Hey, look, title.
No, I got my own
Congratulations.
plan.
Thank you.
Immaculate.
Is there a 3 cash thing that still needs to be reaped on against our captain?
Hey,
In
How much
terms
you
of
should-
injury, yes, I will be diving into
You know what I'm
that.
talking about, right? It's like during the 70s or something like that. It was like a Packers game or something like that.
Yeah.
I've heard about it. Yeah,
Like in the reception.
reception. Yeah, that's why it gets referred to as the Hail Mary or pass, right?
I don't.
It may be different. I don't
Well,
know.
I think
Also-
that's also like a...
our dog is broken.
Yeah,
We
just-
need a new one.
Leon.
I'm helping you.
Oh no! You underestimate how
That's it.
poorly the cards that I played are going to come across. I just wanted to have an idea.
That's fair. Yeah.
Well, I'm helping you regardless. Damn it!
So I'm really relying on this thing.
All right.
So, because I have the opportunity to do some injury, I will definitely be pulling one of my cash, just so you know,
Oh yeah,
off onto
yeah.
this.
I'm good.
All right, everybody comfortable and okay with the notes?
Zach looks so excited.
I'll put that as okay, but worried. I'm fine with that. All right, let's see how this goes. 3, 2, 1. There's the Joker. Any other Jokers
Oh
pop up?
man.
That even flipped well.
All right, I've got to
Yeah,
see
you
if I can
could've-
top a Joker.
We're
Otherwise, we
still
know
only
exactly
25.
what happens.
Yeah. Well, you could have crowned though.
Not a Joker.
No, you can't crown off that.
I just
You
feel,
played that though?
That was my top deck.
Ah, yeah. Because you played that from a cache.
Yeah.
Because that's suitless, though, right?
Yeah, at that point it's suitless, but it still is an ace. Let's double check real quick to see if you can try to miraculously draw a Joker.
Do you want me to see if it matters before you look up?
Sure, why not?
It doesn't matter.
Cool.
okay.
Problem solved.
I can look that up later. All right. And that also means shuffle those hands
That's right.
and discard them. Probably get one last chance, so it is worthwhile to do so. Maybe a little bit more, depending on how we want to end the night.
Though, I'll be
Oh,
honest,
Thank you. Keep forgetting this.
I'm pretty happy with that final scene.
They were all good.
So
I think
I was
that's-
running, he was aiming this dice, and
Nice.
then you just fucking blew the shit up.
You pull a defeated, not destroyed. You pull a what's kind of equivalent to the Malcolm Reynolds in the first episode,
Right.
where you make your way over to the AA gun, do a quick little tinker with this arc cannon, line it up, strike it, and that causes its induction hull to fail, and it starts sinking real fast, meaning they can't line up a shot, which gives the rest of your crew enough time to get over there, get on the ship, and start moving. At this point, pirates haven't been battered and beaten, and they see members of their crew still there on the island go, now we gotta pick them up, limp away and kind of hide to pick up their crew later, leaving you with the option of what you want to do here. They're in a position where, yeah, they're basically trying to avoid you, but you can make your way home, set that course, see how that goes.
Don't we need to assess the damage done to the ship?
There was some damage earlier, but thankfully, because of some careful lies, it's okay.
And you healed the crew.
I did. I just want to
Crew's
make sure
doing
the
fine.
ship is actually like flyable.
Hey, you know what? You were thinking well earlier. You just do the thing. It's future person's problem. I think that you're starting to think too much now.
Sure. So when we're halfway through the flight and we fail a check, and suddenly
Hey, that's
Those-
that's our future problem. Not the problem for now. You're making now a very anxious person.
All right, I'm gonna make a play.
So this is for your journey back. Think
Right.
of that as your theme to play on.
Right. So I want to use lies everywhere,
Okay.
and I want to convince the crew that this was all my idea and I deserve the promotion.
This countermanding what was already done. I would say you can definitely bolster what you did. Now, mind you, I'm leaning towards the idea that this is less of a lie. You did quite a bit to help.
No, I'm saying that his actions were my plan.
But you didn't do it.
Right, that's why it's a lie.
Yeah. Well, no, like, you weren't the one to perform the action. So, like, trying to get a promotion out of it, I'm not seeing that fly as much. Gain the respect of the crew, sure. That it's like, oh, you had a great idea. That's great.
So you won't even let me lie and say it was me.
In that case, no, because you're countermanding what happened and the effect of a draw and an outcome. Because effectively, that'd be like, I want to countermand that Joker. And that...
Posthumously.
Yeah, it detracts from other people's choices and decisions like that. I'm all for you going for the idea of, like, it was my idea. And yeah, that gains respect to the crew, but that was a big moment. There was a lot behind it. That's why that promotion was something I was like, yeah, let's throw that out there.
All right, let me
Since
try a
this
different
is-
tactic.
Since this is a smaller moment right now, it's like, not as much.
I use Steel of the Earth
Mm.
to rally the crew to go ahead and defeat the pirate ship and sink it.
Potentially see that. Okay, so your idea is defeat the pirates now, make your way back, everything smooth sailing from there.
And they just sing songs about how I was so great.
Yeah, gain the admiration of the crew.
All right.
See that. See that as like a 2-play.
Okay.
Any other ideas for...
Is there any way I can
the
make it
scene
a
of being
3-play to make it better for myself?
We just hit that top. So I'd lean towards no.
Okay.
Yeah.
2-play.
We just hit that crowning achievement. The...
Okay.
And this is making your way home. So this could be, again, anything. Stumble across a trader who's got some supplies you're interested in or that would sell well. Pirates come back for round 2 and you've got the upper hand. You send them packing for a second time. It's all peaceful and quiet because you're able to jump from cloud to cloud. Whatever you see this means of getting home.
Okay. Why not? There's no downside here. What's the worst that could happen?
That's fair.
It's never a good thing when you say that.
So, yeah, but I want to look fancy.
Okay. You be fancy. All right.
Remember, Zach Brannigan here.
Yep. Go big, or why did you even come out?
Right. Okay.
So,
All right.
as we are on our way back home, 2 pirate ships move to intercept us.
2's a bit heavy for a 2,
Not 2.
depending on where you're going with this.
It's okay. We can do 1. Because, yeah, we're trying to go down from the climax.
Mm-hmm. So pirate ship's coming back.
Mm-hmm. Pirate ship is
It's collected its crew. It's
coming
been
back and it's
beaten.
collected its crew.
They're out for revenge.
And do we have any weapons on board, like the top of our ship, that I could just...
You've got an arc cannon. Mm-hmm.
So, I jump onto the cannon and, in one shot, take out their guns. Not their guns, their engine.
Okay. The induction
Sinking their
hull
ship.
gets again. Okay.
And so the crew gets to see me just sinking their ship.
So
with
basically,
one
the same
shot.
idea as me, except it's you.
Exactly. Because Zap Brannigan can't be outdone. Except in success. Only in failure can Zap
What's
Brannigan
great
never be outdone.
is that they're trying to do what I've already done.
Yeah, exactly.
Except
They want that same catch. It's just one step lower because it's like, well, we already have the upper hand. The crew isn't split. It's not raining fire. It's the we don't let the pirates get away.
which sets a different tone.
Mhm.
And the pirates came back, and I sent them back down. So yeah.
I will assist you with knowledge of their ship and how to all that. You're
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if it's going to work. I might just waste their
You
coin.
never know. Some
Fine.
people
You get the
will
bubble.
play a joker. Yep.
It's diamonds.
Okay.
Okay.
And in terms of failure, they come back. They manage to beat up the ship. They injure the crew. We'll say half the crew gets injured by this.
That's why we gave this speech. It's okay.
Mm-hmm. And we'll do a luck draw for one of you to receive a minor injury in the fighting. But again, you fight them off. It's not grand. It's a bitter success. But you make it home.
like reality.
Yeah, and we gave the speech, so it's okay.
You keep coming back to this speech.
I mean, it wasn't that fucking good of a speech, okay, man?
It was the best of speeches.
Like what, a 1 or a 2?
No, didn't we make it like 30? No.
enough for
That was the
Yeah.
entrance. That's
I
it.
smashed a bottle of wine and I was floating on air.
Okay, so yeah,
I see.
this
Okay.
this feels like a 2.
Okay.
I'm expecting a joker to show up from somebody.
Well, I'm
3?
assisting, so it's not me.
That's true. 2, 1. There it is. We got a joker off.
Oh,
Let me double check how this goes down.
I also had a question.
Because if it's 2 jokers, I think it's off the top. But it is still escalation. Now, the weird part is, since it's between 2 players, I don't know if I also escalate, but I'm going to assume I'm going to escalate. Despite not being in this. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. Because I can't win in that
You can't
regard.
win.
Yeah. So let's see.
Unless if you get a
how
joke
Joker
off the
works.
top, right? You could win.
It's another ace, but
No, as an escalation.
yeah, in
Right.
terms of an escalation.
Oh wait,
but I wouldn't
guess
be in on it. 'Cause
You
I don't
wouldn't be
have
in
the
on
Joker.
the
Precisely. I need jokers and ties.
I also had a
I haven't
question
gotten
of,
to
can
play
you
a
use a
Joker yet.
joker on your potential since there's no joker in the potential?
You cannot. But
That's why you don't
Since-
shuffle your potential back in.
yeah, since if you happen to play a face card that makes sense for your potential, you're still drawing off your play, and you could draw a joker on that, and that is a magically impressive moment.
Because you did magic.
Yeah. Okay. Because part of me also looks at this and goes, is it a joker tie, or is it a joker tie but you're
I mean,
in the
he
lead
has
because of
to,
numbers?
yeah.
I didn't
But-
know you could play cards besides the joke.
Well,
Oh,
and I don't
yeah,
think it would
you
matter
can.
though, because
Yeah.
the Joker is like it beats
It-
everything no matter what.
The Trump.
Mhm.
So it's kind of
Because-
like an infinity. So
But there are
Yeah.
levels of infinity.
yeah, but in this situation,
Oh boy.
Curse you and your math.
Oh
So,
boy.
here we
Probably
go.
shouldn't get into
Yeah.
that.
Tie bids in which 2 or more jokers are played are unlikely coincidences, and should therefore represent extraordinary coincidence in the game. When participants bid jokers against each other, they are obligated to construct the narrative so both outcomes become valid parts of the story.
Well,
Inherently contradictory may make that difficult, especially if the stakes are mutually exclusive, but with a little creativity, the participants should be able to maintain the intended spirit, if not the actual letter.
but the stakes don't have to be mutually exclusive.
In this case, I believe you are leading the charge of we're going at them, we've rallied the troops, and you hop on there and one-shot the ship as it approaches. To which the crew is impressed with the lot of you, with it's like, yeah, we can do this sort of mentality. The rest of the trip back is them singing your praises
Except
for
you.
all that
You
you
didn't do
managed.
anything.
She got the rose.
She's the reason we got the rooms.
They're happy about that, but they have admittedly only seen this part of it, which was
I didn't
high
come here to
fuel
get a
heroics.
fucking promotion, you selfish twats.
Hey, I'm not. I was not being selfish.
Yeah, you kind of
I'm
were.
just like rolling my eyes in the
In-
back of the cabin.
In a
with
meta
fucking book
sense,
at this
sure, you wanted your thing to win. That's quote-unquote
Yeah.
selfish. But in character, you were saving lives. You were being the hero. But
the goddamn heroes. Big goddamn heroes.
Big damn heroes, sir.
Exactly. Which is how you are hailed as you make your way back. The crew descends out into the streets, drumming up your support, and before you know it, there is a actual little festival held in town for what you have accomplished.
Oh god, I don't have to go, do I?
You have to go.
No, I don't want to go.
You got the rose. You have to go.
Nobody cares.
Well, no, I'm going to tell them.
You can tell them that you got the rose?
No, that you got the rose and that you have to be there. Because I plan on going and bragging to the commander guy that I broke the ship and we still made it back.
The ship's still in one piece.
Are there going to be snacks?
There's gonna be snacks.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Great.
There's gonna be drinks.
It's a festival.
There's gonna be cakes.
There's always cake and punch.
They're going
If there
out.
are snacks, I will go.
Cake and punch.
That's how you get introverts anywhere.
Yep.
Great, you can
There's
be my
food.
date.
No.
Especially just having said introvert. It's like, on second thought. Admittedly, depending on the introvert.
This is a fun system.
I
yes.
This is
love
super
this
fun.
system.
Yeah.
The queue system is one where I really enjoy where it can go.
And it actively encourages us to all disagree.
Yes.
While still at the same time working together in a weird way.
Yeah.
Because even if you
That's
make
cool.
a suggestion, it's still a negotiation. If you're like, here's what I'm saying, but this would be cool if you threw this into yours as well. You've got your idea, and you've got your idea, and you may be like, yeah, it would be cool if we do it with this, or, you know, if this other element happens, that you can then incorporate that into your victory condition.
That was awesome.
So,
Yes.
check your character sheets, see if any of them have hit enough marks to do a level up for that. With a promotion, I'm not 100% sure what all that involves, but for a quick little fun thing, I'll say add another card to your hand.
Like a max?
Yep.
Or would it be like the night thing as well?
Oh yeah, I mean, that's not a bad way. You could get an extra night cash, bump that up to 2, where because of your promotion, they're looking at you a lot more of going like, oh yeah, you know, more resources go your way. Let me do a quick
that'd
little
be
look. in
Less
that
powerful
regard.
than.
Oh yeah, extra card is like hit points and potential and a lot of
That's
stuff.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's a lot. Because does that affect both your potential hand and your play hand?
it would just be play hand. If
Okay.
you did something like magically oriented around that, then I go like, yeah, that's a
Add a
potential
hand,
increase
yeah.
as opposed to the other. Yeah,
I'm very happy that I
Yeah,
had a bad penny.
I'll check what other advancement and promotion stuff they have.
Because apparently
Just
tap
to
dancing around traps is a bad idea.
Only sometimes.
I didn't
Who
get
would
hurt.
have thought?
'Cause it's not like they have a thing that.
I walked back
Just
over
write
that hill.
down.
Everything was fine.
Yeah,
max
I'm
hand.
trying to figure out because they do mention some of the advancement ends up being bigger hand size, but
Okay.
I'm like, how do you get there? I don't know.
So for the last time I drew that joke, and I thought, oh yeah, I got this.
You did. And then
Like
he
they
went
said,
up to you.
They aren't mere coincidences.
Yeah, that admittedly is one of those moments where it's like, you're never going to see this, right? And we saw it.
Yeah, I think everybody played a Joker once.
Okay.
Yeah, we all 4
Ah.
played Jokers.
When a
so
character
Steven.
earns 3 new attribute ranks, the moderator may opt to have the guild grant the character an additional blaze rank, denoting continued experience, the advancement within the order of the guild. What all does that entail?
Etc., etc.
Yeah. Moderator and player should work to determine just why the blaze was awarded. Promotion can be granted during play, between adventures.
It was rewarded because we were awesome.
But either way, the reason for the blaze should be noted on the character's sheet under blazes as a record of ongoing adventures. So I'd assume then blazes are your I get another card. I'd have to dig into it to be sure, but
So then,
in this case, they're pushing for advancement, but we'll say it hasn't happened yet.
go on. I was just thinking, like, mechanically, is that then we're supposed to signify? your
That's where
hand
blazes
size?
are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like,
That might be.
are we already quote at 6 blazes, and then would we go to 7?
In that regard, no. I don't
Because
think
you're not
so.
gonna.
Yeah, I'll actually
You're not ever
going
going to be
check.
up to 17 cards.
See if they got an index on this thing.
Like 10 cards seems like a significant max.
Yeah, would
And
be
so-
a lot.
Filling in the bubbles for the number of cards you already start with, I mean, because you did say there were instances where, like,
And it may be something where once you get a blaze, you're kind of negotiating what you're getting out of it. Where it could also be, I want my potential to go up by a hand size of 1, or I want my play deck to go up by 1. I could see either of those being options. But yeah, I'll probably have to dig into what that actually means, because I'm not seeing a quick reference for what a blaze is mechanically.
Yeah.
but no, this system is awesome.
Super fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
out of it.
It reminds me of City of Mist. a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
I like it because I literally came here with 10 minutes of prep time. And that
Yeah, I
was
didn't
fun
even
even
know.
for me.
And I like this mechanic a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that it fluctuates. I think the number of players you have will keep that kind of interesting. Because on the plus side, depending on what skills you've got and what you're able to push idea-wise, theoretically you'll burn through those resources, and that then means somebody else will have a chance to succeed where you cannot.
Well, and I think at least when we made our characters, we split our foci pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
But I could also see in a situation where we hadn't taken a couple hours to make our characters, and you had more prep time, like a longer campaign, that would seriously deplete.
Character resources,
Yeah.
yeah. Because who all still has their knight's cash?
Me.
Me.
And then, actually, let's go a simpler way. How many caches were used?
I used one.
I used all of them except my night's cash.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used one.
I used all of them except one potential because I didn't really use potential at all.
That's something that, yeah, as you get used to the character and get used to kind of how the magic feels.
Mostly because the Windwalker thing that I used a couple times, like, oh no, I did use that. My bad.
I was trying to save my
There it is.
potential for
I used all of them.
A magical
real
moment.
dire.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting resource to get used to. Because from like a healer's point of view, it's like, okay, when is this serious enough? I need to actually heal people.
Or when is it serious enough that I should actually like
Mm-hmm.
make these people go fucking insane?
Yeah.
Healing,
Versus
mind
how much
reading.
should I heal people? Yeah.
To
healing
get
the
one
crew
up
seemed
on.
like a good idea.
Mhm.
That's the only time I used it.
Yeah.
But there will be other times, where it would be appropriate to use it to read somebody's mind or make
Yeah.
them terrified of us,
Spin some of those other effects on it.
You could have tried to use that on the bandits.
I could have. But you guys were so busy doing other stuff, I was like,
I was trying to sneak around with you.
Yeah, no, you were. I only have a 1 in Terrifying Visage. Otherwise, I might have, tried to construct something to...
Spook them.
or confine them to where they were type thing,
Though if you had a 2 or 3, that would have been a situation in which you could have assisted her
Mm-hmm.
when she was trying to
Oh,
jump out.
Thunderbolt and Lightning, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Like you could have made her seem like this massive.
I could have. She was
Wizard of
working
Oz style.
exactly opposite me, though, so I couldn't. She was saving us from a problem we didn't have.
But was making the problem because that's how Q works. Part of the fun is like, yeah, the way I want things to play out, I am saving you from that danger, which gets really... It gets weird in the meta sense because it's like, there was no danger. Well, technically, there's never any danger if you guys succeed, unless you build that into it.
And we have to be careful about the things that we try to build into it because then that gives you more ideas for how to fix over.
And the more you want out of it, especially in terms of like, hey, I'd like people to sing my praises, I'd like to push for advancement, I'd like, more mechanical things out of it, the more I'm going to go... Here's what's going to come as a negative should you fail.
I got very lucky that bad penny never came back and bit me.
I did use it in that like climactic battle of sorts, but I got one upped by the Joker. So I had a good chance to use it, but the Joker still superseded it.
Saved you.
I didn't need your saving. I'm Zach Brown.
Yeah, this is a system that honestly I'm looking forward to seeing about. Thank you. Running queue in different ways. There's a lot of Upwind I haven't dug into just because there's a lot of backstory they build into it, and that definitely helps build and flavor the world. It could be an interesting thing to run.
Oh no, these are yours. Okay.
Yep. But I think part of me is more interested in what I can do with just running games off of queue.
It'd be interesting to see this in a different setting.
Like, imagine this in a modern times, in a pure, like, Tolkien-esque fantasy, or a space opera setting. Could be interesting.
I would gladly play the system again.
I'll have to look into their SRD and see what all is, what all they build into their core basic stuff.
Here, I'll keep the extra character sheet in case Jason needs to make a character at some point.
Just looks at it.
Are you okay, Dave? Are you sure? Oh, nope, you fell. Are you alright?
Yes.
That's safe.
Jason, when you're walking like me, I think we have a problem.
Take your insulin, right? Your blood sugar's okay?
I just admire you so much. And
We all know that's not true.
Hi, baby.
Yeah, like, if I was to say there's a problem to the system, it's that sometimes you can feel like your good ideas get superseded by somebody else.
Yeah.
But part of that I do put is like, well, you know, stow your ego a bit. But at the same time, yeah, definitely try to work with people, make those things happen.
On the other hand, it gives people who normally don't get to have their ideas
It's
play
true.
out actually happen.
Yeah, and
I
it's
thought that was part of the fun of it, actually, just
yeah.
trying to
Like, no,
do
that's
something
stupid. I
completely-
want to do this. No, I want to do
It's
this.
completely
And it was
different.
kind of awesome. Like, I felt like there was actually weight to the cards. I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
these hold power.
It's that old adage of it's not for everyone. Like, it's not for everyone. So.
Do you ever heard
Yeah,
tomorrow night?
it's
or are you
it,
doing the
it is an
one
interesting one.
but I
That,
think it works well for us.
yeah,
Okay, I
and
didn't know you
it's
got it.
again,
Rehearsal
I'll
schedule.
say it again. It's one I'm curious about getting into a bit more and seeing what all Q has to offer.
And you have lands where they're being super sneaky the whole time, and they're just sneaking at the end and stealing all the thunder.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sit here and be quiet, and I got this. It's gonna be fine. And bam!
Showed up when it mattered most. Yeah, that's one of those where you're like, man, I hope nobody else plays the Joker. I'm sitting on this and I can't wait.
How long did you have that Joker?
Well, literally just that hand. Like,
Oh, whoa.
yeah, because like you guys shuffled over and over,
Oh,
so
yeah, that's true, yeah.
it's not like I had it for very long.
Well, and part of the reason I played it when I did was because we were talking about how you shouldn't keep a Joker in your hand for too long.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, all right.
Because it's
Well.
a bad feeling when somebody's like, I played a Joker, shuffle, and you're like,
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Because the first time you played a Joker, I had a Joker in my hand and I had to shuffle it. And I was like, God damn it. But, like, I didn't have anything to, like, play at that time because it was, like, the first thing we did, you know?
Yeah, and it's before I really introduced the idea of
Yeah.
multiple people pushing for an idea, but yeah,
Also, I didn't care what the crew looked like, so
that's
I
fair.
didn't have a horse in that race, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
The crew are just a bunch of goths.
Well, they should have been horses.
Good horses. Damn it.
We have a centaur crew.
No, just horses.
Just horses.
There'd be shit everywhere.